26, 2021 to order. I'm going to ask for adoption of the agenda. Someone want to make that motion for me? Councillor Palmer.
So just, Your Worship, if I may, the attach as per the circulation.
Okay, sure.
As amended.
As amended with the circulation of the letters. Someone want to second that for me, please? Councillor Brooks Hill, all in favor? Motion's carried. We have the Royal Canadian Legion here today, Mr. and Mrs. Koski, with a poppy presentation. So Ed Shelley, if you'd like to come up.
And seeing how the presentation to Governor General was done at 11 a.m. Central Time today, we are now able to present first copy to yourself, which I will do right now.
Thank you.
Going to go around and give each councillor a copy here.
They will start selling them officially, I believe, November 1st.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is this where?
Yes, the other two seats there will be.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
There we go.
And thank you so much, Charlene. Appreciate you coming.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, I'm not the Legion president anymore. I'm the Master of Ceremonies for the Remembrance Day.
Great.
So that's the position I got handed, seeing how the president will be away for Remembrance Day.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, you may remove your masks now if you so desire. Thank you. Okay, she's just pulling up. We'll just wait a moment and then we'll start. Councillor.
Poppies.
Okay, so I'm now going to ask for adoption of the minutes of the council meeting dated October 12, 2021. Someone want to make that motion for me, please? Councillor Brooks Hill, seconded by Councillor Elliott. Any business arising from those minutes? Seeing none, we are going to move on to item number 5A, Development Services. And Mr. Simon, Ms. Hartling, do we have a presentation?
Yes, Your Worship, I have a presentation for you. I'll just bring it up on my screen right now. And just before I begin, I just want to make sure that you can see development variance permit up on your screen before you.
Yes.
Thank you. So the applicant has applied for a development variance permit to vary 3 provisions of the zoning bylaw. This is to allow the proposed height and location of a new accessory building. The staff recommendation is that the 3 variances to the zoning bylaw be approved. And I'll be going over the background property details, public notification, the proposal details, staff evaluation, and then conclude the presentation with the staff recommendation. So the subject property is located at 600 7th Street East. This is within the central Revelstoke neighborhood and is serviced by community water and community sewer. The property currently contains a single-family dwelling and it has a 1-story detached garage, which is accessed from Victoria Road that you can see in the image there before you of the existing building on the subject property. The property is zoned single-family and 2-family residential district. This is the R2 district. And the surrounding lands are primarily residential, and there's a light industrial property to the north across the lane. So as a DBP application seeks to vary requirements set forth in the zoning bylaw, landowners within 100 meters of the subject property receive a notification in the mail. And there were 45 properties that were captured in the 100-meter notification area, and staff have received no submissions from the public. So the variance application is a request to allow the proposed height and location of a new garage building. The proposed design includes a garage on the main floor, the first story, and then a storage office space on the upper floor, which is a half story. The applicant is seeking to construct the new garage to replace the existing garage that's on site. This is in order to provide improved parking and more storage space for the subject property owner's residence. The applicant has proposed a location to maximize their usable yard space and maintain their existing landscaping. So the three requested variances before you today are to reduce the minimum rear yard setback abutting a lane from 1.2 meters to 1 meter for the garage, to increase the minimum story of the accessory building, also known as the garage, from 1 to 1.5 stories, and then to increase the height of the accessory building located in the area bounded by the intersecting lot lines at a lane corner and a line adjoining points along said lot lines 6 meters from the point of intersection. And this is from 1.1 meters to 5.87 meters. So this third request is a variance to the vision clearance at the intersection of the lane and Victoria Road. This is also known as a site triangle, which you can see in the top right-hand corner image where it shows the lane, Victoria Road, proposed garage with the portion of the garage in the site triangle. So staff have completed an evaluation of the three requested variances, and staff are supportive of the variance to reduce the rear yard setback for the garage from 1.2 meters to 1 meters. These are for the following reasons. So the existing garage is proposed to be demolished and replaced with a new garage. This improves the siting and is a more suitable placement on the lot from which is currently existing. And the exterior wall of the existing garage is currently located at 0.5 meters from the property line along Victoria Road, and it's 0.11 meters from the property line abutting the lane. So the proposed garage is to be located 1.22 meters from the property line along Victoria Road, which meets the zoning bylaw regulations. And then it's proposed to be 1 meter from the property line abutting the lane, which is 0.2 meters encroaching into the required setback along the laneway there. The proposed placement of the accessory building will not negatively impact the city's potential future operation of the currently unmaintained laneway. So the city does not currently plow this laneway. However, if the city does have potential future operation of the laneway, it would not impede or impact this use, nor would it impede the neighbor's use of their operation of the lane. So the placement of the building improves siting as it sites the building further from the lot lines and the current structure, while continuing to allow the owner to maintain and enjoy the most of their usable yard space. You can see in the image here the proposed heights. There's two height requirements currently in the zoning bylaw. The current height of 6 meters for the accessory building, and then also a height restriction of 1 story. So staff are supportive of the variance to increase the minimum story of an accessory building from 1 to 1.5 stories for the following reasons. The total height of the building will not exceed the principal building and is under the required maximum height of 6 meters for a pitched roof accessory building. The staff are currently proposing to remove the story calculation completely from the current zoning bylaw update that has been before council for first and second reading. And so this, the height calculation would be calculated by distance only. So it would be the 6 meters only instead of 6 meters plus 1 story. So that provision would be removed and they would not require rezoning if that bylaw was passed with that provision. The added story provides more storage and usable space for the property and diminishes the need for a second accessory building that's detached from the single family dwelling. So this would reduce having the storage above the garage reduces the parcel coverage, as it would be closer or maybe over the maximum 40% allowed for that zone. The third variance, staff are supportive to increase the height of an accessory building located in the vision clearance area. So this is from 1.1 meters to 5.87 meters. Staff did do a site visit and walked the lane, drove the lane, and assessed the current location of the existing garage that is before you in that picture. So that is a lot closer to Victoria Road, where the proposed garage is 1.22 meters, meaning a setback from Victoria Road. The existing location of the garage does not negatively impact the vision clearance from the lane onto Victoria Road. And then the proposed garage is to be set back farther from the existing building, so staff don't foresee a negative impact to the vision clearance and safety at the intersection of Victoria Road and the lane. It's a straight road, and we sat there for quite some time to see if there was any impacts with the trucks moving by and parking on the road there, and did not foresee a negative impact. The staff recommend that the development variance permit application be approved. If council is supportive of the staff recommendation, the resolution before you on the screen can be considered. Thank you, Your Worship.
So council, someone want to put the motion on the table and we can discuss it? Mr. Brookshill?
The development variance permit DBP 2021-005 be approved at 607th Street East as on the screen.
Second for the motion, please. Any discussion on the motion? Any questions or comments for starting?
Just
Councilor.
how much more space is needed if that was to be a carriage home or a garden suite? Is that a possibility in the future or something similar?
I'm not sure that's what the proponent wants, but Ms. Hartman, any comments?
Through Your Worship, that's not what's proposed. This proposed building's not serviced. So there would have to be a lot of additions to the building to create it into a carriage suite. The space above the garage, I don't know if it actually would be adequate to meet a carriage house regulations for the zoning bylaw and BC building code. But that's something that if they were wanting to convert it and is permitted in the zoning bylaw, then they would have to meet the zoning provisions and the BC building code and building bylaw. And then they would have to meet, if this variance is approved, they would have to abide by the variance and the setback regulations. So there may have to be alterations.
All right, thank you.
No, I gather that they weren't asking, and I'm just in general, how much flexibility can we build into our bylaws to small space? That's all.
Okay, good. Any further questions on the motion on the table? Councilor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. I actually had the same question as Councilor Elliott. I wondered if it was being built for that future potential, and again, recognizing that's not the application before us, and it's not the substance of the dialogue here, but the whole idea of the laneway suites that we're going, this almost seems like kind of an ideal location for that potential in the future. So I'm not sure if the applicant has considered that possibility in the future, because it would increase. It seems to me it would increase the flexibility and value of the property, as well as encouraging market-driven affordable housing. I do have a couple other questions, though. One, did this go through the APC?
Through Your Worship, development variance permits do not go to the Advisory Planning Commission. They have the public notification process of 100 meters, and then they go to council. So no variance permit goes to the Advisory Planning Commission.
Then just further to that question, it may not be a question for the planning department, but maybe a question for us. I'm just wondering if that is a policy decision, like is there anything that prohibits this kind of thing from going through the APC? These are questions I don't necessarily need them answered right now. And because it seems to me that if, how we utilize the commissions and committees most effectively, if they had looked at this and were endorsing or recommending acceptance, it makes it a little bit easier, I think. So, I don't know the answer to that, but it seems to me that the council has a fair bit of discretion on referral to APC. I have a question regarding the sightline triangles, right? And it's more for my curiosity. So there's a vertical line, the 6 meters, and then the triangle itself on the plan view. Is that 6 meters each direction on the two equilaterals on that triangle?
Ms. Harmon?
Yes, through your worship. So the 6 meters is measured from the point of intersection at the property line abutting the lane and the roadway. So at the corner of their property, you would measure 6 meters both directions and cut it across. That's why you see a triangle. Some places call them site triangles. Our bylaw calls it a vision clearance at the intersection. And so that's just for safety reasons, not to have a taller structure in the vision clearance for when you're pulling out onto a roadway.
So on the plan view where the triangle cuts on the proposed garage, are we burying that little portion out other than the setbacks? Like if everything was following as the bylaw is currently, we weren't permitting any variances, would that portion would the garage have to be pulled way back?
It's the height of the, sorry, through your worship.
Not on the height, actually on the foundation of the proposed garage. And I don't know if you can see from where can you see me or not? No, because it's this portion here that I'm just wondering.
So where the
Right where
yellow angle is, or triangle, Mr. Palmer is asking about that. Would that come for development variance just for that one item?
Through your worship, I'm not sure if I completely understand what he's pointing at, but within the vision clearance area, you can have a structure or a building that's up to 1.1 meters. So you can build right to the property line, say with a fence, that's 1.1 meters. But it's once you get over that 1.1 meters in that yellow triangle, that's when, if it's over 1.1 meters, that's what you're varying is the height in that area. So it can be in that area, but there's a height restriction. So it's actually, you're varying a height, not a setback.
So we are varying 0.5 of a story.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Maybe something I can ask more in turn because it's sort of a visual. The reason why I'm asking is on that lane, you mentioned that you looked at it, the sight line. So those looking to the future as we permit laneway cottage, what are we? What's the term? Laneway
Carriage houses?
houses. Then there's going to be more and more traffic, potentially if several people have them on lanes like that, and that's coming onto a fairly busy street. And so notwithstanding that you've looked at it, I'm wondering from an engineering perspective, are we actually varying the sight line? That's not 100% clear to me. And if we are we creating a problem going on to Victoria Street? And I'm not trying to belabor it, but I'm just trying to understand that point and move on if it's not clear.
Any comment, Ms. Harlan?
Through your worship, so it is a case-by-case basis with these. I'm not sure if you're referring to if there's multiple carriage houses being built at a lane and a road, if there may be a potential for more variances to come for vision clearances at the intersection. That's something that staff would have to review if we're getting more and more variances that's triggering that, and there's not a safety factor. But each street that a lane, like there's a vision clearance by streets, so main streets, so say Victoria Road and an intersection at a main street might be a different safety factor than a lane pulling out onto a main street. We look at the sight lines with the road, if it's straight, curved, what type of parking's on there. So it is definitely case by case. But yeah, if there's carriage houses in the future that trigger variances for the site triangle there, then that might be something staff may have to look into.
So just for the benefit of the council, I'll just go through really quickly and I'll move on.
Yeah.
So basically what I'm saying is this lane here, so what I'm not super clear that a car is coming along here, would this normally be a cleared area so they can see what's coming and going? So it's not 100% clear. I'm fine with it for now, but when staff says, well, they walked about it, I'm sort of wondering from an engineering perspective, are we creating a potential problem here? We see that in the downtown areas on lanes coming out, intersecting pedestrians and that kind of thing. So that's basically my question, but I can move on, Your Worship. Thanks. Okay. Do you have a question though?
Oh, through your worship.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Hartling.
So the engineering has been consulted on this. The lane is currently not maintained, so it is not plowed at the moment. So in the winter, there's no impact from pulling on the lane, but if it is maintained, there is room for engineering to plow that lane. So that is looked at with variance applications. It is referred to all the internal departments for comment, go back and forth with the applicant to get to a point where staff are supportive of it. Is sort of how it proceeds before it gets to council.
Thank you. Councilor Palmer, you have another question?
No, I think that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, in context, that laneway is very sparse. There's not many houses along the way. There's maybe one or two beyond.
Yeah.
And it's very, and Victoria is very wide and it's a one-way track, but it's also a little bit visualize what's coming.
Great. All right. Any other questions on the motion? Seeing none, for clarification, are we doing this all as one motion and voting on it, or do you want me to do that in the three sections?
Through your worship, all one would be great. Thank you.
All right, good. So the motion on the table to vary the section 5.61, reduce the minimum yard setback, 5.62, increase the minimum story accessory building, 5.132, the vision clearance. So we're varying all of those. Any further questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hartling. Appreciate it. Moving on to item 6, announcements from the mayor. I just wanted to announce we have our public hearing for short-term rentals tomorrow. Registration to be present or to speak at the public hearing is open until the end of business today. You can register at public hearings at revelstoke.ca. We want you to register because we need to monitor for the COVID protocol. So I just want to let the community know that that's there. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. Just for clarity, so I had a resident inquire about that. So we're saying 4:30 today to receive written submissions, but I believe that written submissions can also be presented during the public hearing.
Is that correct, Ms. Floyd? I believe people can submit their written submission if they're speaking to it, or how is that going to work tomorrow?
Through your worship, yes, people can submit written submissions right up until the end of the public hearing. However, the deadline at 2 p.m. was so that we included it on the actual agenda in advance.
Great, thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 8, recommendations from Committee of the Whole, Council Remuneration Committee. Ms. McCabe, do you have any comments or anything regarding the terms of reference?
Not at this point, Your Worship. Will be later in the agenda.
Okay. So someone want to make the motion to bring forward the terms of reference for council? Councillor Charlotte.
That staff bring forward a term of reference for a council remuneration committee to the next meeting.
Seconder for the motion, please. Councillor Brooks-Hill. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Palmer, then Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. So just a point that, I would really like this to move along. I know there were some council members who were in opposition to creating a committee, but to me that's really important. At the same time, moving this along, it just feels slow. So we're going to be into the next year, and then as time goes on, it's going to be more and more difficult. So it would be really nice if we get this committee established, know who they're going to be, and we get this. I really would like the committee to have the recommendations before council before Christmas, so that we can move on. Because I don't really see it as an onerous task for the committee.
All right, great. Thanks for that comment. I'm going to go to Mr. Thackeray before I go back to council.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through the chair, just wanted to bring to your attention that this is an item arising from a previous committee of the whole meeting, and there's another item further on the agenda under item K, 1 and 2, on page 71 to 74 agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
I think Ron Tuesday suggested he would forward some comparable numbers from various other communities. Was the first step that should have been our basis to determine if we needed to go to another subcommittee. To me, I think that's the first step. Get the information that's out there. That's easy for you. We can compare. Generally, I'm not in favor of forming another subcommittee to look at this, which will take time to gather the committee members, and then they'll review it, and they'll come back to council. It's just a long, drawn-out process for something very minimal. My take.
Okay, David, Councillor Charlotte.
I was going to, what Mr. Zachary said, it's on the agenda later on, and this is just coming forward from committee of the whole.
Yeah.
Great. All right. So, all right. Let's vote on it. We're basically bringing forward terms of reference. So, someone want to make some all in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 9A, bylaws, council procedure amendment bylaw 2302. Someone want to make that motion, please? Councillor Charlotte.
The council procedure amendment bylaw number 2302 be adopted.
Second for the motion, please. Councillor Palmer. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Charlotte.
So there was discussion, just forgive me, I came in a little bit late, so I'm trying to get my head wrapped around the agenda again. This, we had talked about for digital engagement with committee meetings, and then I remember there was some conversation around not enforcing the minimums for in-person attendance until after the new year. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yep, and so if we put this forward, I have a second motion in dealing with that, so that we can have our committees and commissions meet. So basically, as you read the procedure bylaw now, it says 25% of the time electronic, I think 2 councillors at a time, and then some discretion with council regarding that. And our concerns are, we're still in the pandemic and dealing with electronic meetings, especially for those who are immune compromised, who are sitting on some of our committees, and making sure that they can attend meetings and be present. However, as we move along, we're going to talk about what the legislation says from the provincial government as meeting in person, and this will at least give us a bit of time, but we'll deal with that. If we vote on this, then we will, I'll bring that other motion forward and then we can talk about it.
Okay, thank you.
Any discussion on the procedure bylaw as in your package? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Now, I have a second motion that I wanted to add, just in dealing with our committees, and I'm just going to read that and see if there is someone to second this motion. That the limitations on the maximum annual allocation for electronic participation of committee members cited in Council Procedures Amendment Bylaw 2302 not be enforced for the duration of 2021, and that this matter be reconsidered in an open council meeting on December 21st, 2021. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Palmer, are you seconding that motion? Yes. Thank you. So I just want to make one statement, and then I will open this up to council. The heart of the matter regarding this is public access and transparency. We must provide a space and staff for the public to view the meetings if we go with these public meetings. So if we were going with a public meeting, we have to have a room where the public can view if they so desire. And that may be transferred to the committee meetings. Now, I want to clarify, is that correct, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, Your Worship, that is correct. We need to supply a location where the public can hear and see the meetings that are held electronically.
Okay. And that we know that things with COVID have been changing fairly rapidly in the last week or two. The rest of the province seems to be open. Ontario Health seems to be still a little shut down because of the increase in numbers, but that may change, and our legislation basically says we're to go back to in-person meetings. So by going to the end of the year and then revisiting, there may be changes. We may have to go back to in-person meetings, but also it may give us the ability to carry this on for a period of time. Any other comments from other councillors? Councillor Shalai.
So I'm just curious as to the capacity to facilitate digital participation with committee members. I've just been chatting with a few that are concerned about their health and the exposure of attending a meeting in person, but still really want to participate in the discussion, and their input is really valuable. So I just want to make sure that we still have that opportunity with so many moving parts on the go right now. I think it's really important on us to make sure that these very knowledgeable people are able to attend our meetings throughout.
And if we pass this, then they're able to, and then we'll have to revisit that at the end of the year. So that 25% won't be limited. It will basically give them till the end of the year to be present at all of the meetings electronically if they want, given that there are only maybe 2 or 3 meetings left before the end of the year. Okay. And then we have to revisit that. Am I correct in that, Ms. Floyd?
You are correct, Your Worship, yes.
Okay. Any other comments, Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. So this is the clause that's in 3(4) in there that it actually allows council to allow a change to that. So it's incorporated in the bylaw, and I think it's appropriate. And just on that note, for those that are viewing remotely, whenever possible, if we could have the full display there. I know it's a little tricky thing back and forth here, but because
can you not share the screen anymore, please? Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
All right, great. Any other comments on the motion on the table? I'll ask the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, Council. Appreciate that. And moving on to item 9B, development cost charges. Somebody want to put that on the motion or on the table, please? Councillor Palmer.
The development cost charge amendment bylaw 2288 be read a third time as amended.
As it be adopted.
We have to rescind it first. And then.
So just clarification, we're going to adopt it, then we're going to rescind it, and then we're going to amend it. Is that correct?
We're going to rescind it.
Rescind it, then you.
So I'll let someone else do it because I have the paper version here. Okay, I think it's a little bit different.
Councillor Brooksell.
Yeah, so in my agenda, there's a number 1, the third reading of development cost charge amendment bylaw number 2288 be rescinded.
Okay. Yep. Okay, item B. Kate? Thank you. Second for the motion, Councillor Trulak. My apologies. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Palmer.
Question. I was able to access the online. I'm not sure if I can now or not, but it seems to me there was just a schedule with really minimal changes. I think that's basically what we're doing, the change for the third reading.
Can you just clarify, Ms. Floyd, that change? I know we had that discussion, but
there was a track changes.
Sorry, Your Worship, I will actually refer to the Director of Development Services, Marianne Wade, and she can discuss the changes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wade?
Yes, Your Worship. So the changes. So what has happened here is that we originally had we were utilizing the exempt to go to the ministry and to update these under the CPI exemption. We've consulted with the ministry. The ministry has asked us to do a minor update and not use the CPI exemption. So that's why you have the amendment before you. We have consulted with the ministry on this. We have posted the information on Talk Revelstoke, and these changes here are the consolidated version, and they reflect where we were in, what date was that now? Back in May. And this is what the total impact is from the original 1781 and is equal to what the amendment would have proposed with a minor few tweaks just with financial accounting. We spent the last 3 months working with the Director of Finance for the accounting piece so that it was aligned. And now we've brought this forward to you, and it is ready for to be read for a third time as amendment.
All right, so we're just taking away that reference to the CPI, and it's a minor amendment, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Councillor Ryan.
When will this be effective as of?
When will this, once we adopt this, when will this come into effect, Ms. Wynn?
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Rind. Yes, what will happen after we do the amendment today, we send it off to the superintendent. They will then review, provide us an approval. We bring it back for adoption. So hopefully within 2 months.
And the reason, because we saw this for second reading a while ago and there was disengagement, is that why we hadn't read it a third time?
We previously gave first, second, and third reading, and then we went back because there was a question about the CPI. We went back to the ministry, and the ministry asked us to do it as a minor update. So we've done it as a minor update instead of an exemption, which means then we require the superintendent's signature. And we've been working with the superintendent through this process to ensure that we're in line and have their support. And so that's what's before you now.
Thanks.
So we're getting close to the CPI rate that we had agreed to.
Yeah.
This is a not new discussion, right?
That's correct.
First
Not
time.
new discussion.
Okay. So
It's
we're
just
not,
their wording, the government's preference to wording,
okay.
and a minor amendment, so rather than reference to CPI.
So we had also talked about progressively adding a CPI index increase to next year's DCCs. That was what we had sort of fleshed out earlier. Now, I just want to make sure we're on track with that.
Yeah, we're on track with that, it's just the way we word it now.
Okay.
All right. Good. Councillor Palmer?
So just for clarity then, so we have a minor update instead of a CPI update, and then in the track changes, so it's actually more than the CPI increase in DCCs, is that correct?
Ms. Wynn?
So thanks, Your Worship, through to Councillor Palmer. When we brought this forward, it was a CPI exemption under 130. And what we did is we had taken it year over year for 3 years approximately from the time the 2018 amendment had been done. So we took a percentage increase of inflation and compounded it for the easiest way of explaining it. And that ended up to be 4%. So what the ministry wanted us to do is not use the exemption, because that means we didn't have to go to the superintendent. They want to actually sign this increase of 4%. So that is what has happened.
So yeah, I understand that part. And then I'm just getting clarity on the actual DCCs that will be in the bylaw are more than what we had suggested before with just doing the CPI adjustment. No,
Through your worship to Councillor Palmer, they're 4%, and that's the same that we brought forward last time. There might be a little $1 or 2 cents difference just because we worked with finance and did a real fine grain to set this up properly for future amendments. So, but it's basically the same.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
All right, Councillor Ryan and Councillor.
But just doing this not under a CPI exemption means that we're not going to automatically have DCCs increase next year though, right?
Sure.
Through your worship to Councillor Ryan. So this is still an amendment to the bylaw, and my understanding of the legislation is with this amendment, then next year we can do a CPI exemption because we've amended it. And then under 130, the exemption, we can do it with the CPI for that this year, which is
Oh, I
what
see.
we're on
And that
track
has to
for.
happen
Yeah.
every year. It's not like a process thing. You have to apply every year for the CPI exemption?
With the exemption can be done once a year. And then you can go for it and you don't have to have the superintendent. But we were taking 3 years from the 2018. And so we did need to get the superintendent.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Okay, you're welcome.
Councilor Palmer.
So for the DCCs going forward, we just had a tutorial or an instruction session with how the DCCs were determined. Key part of that was determining the infrastructure purchase list or assets that were required for the future. For DCC increases going onward, when will we get the infrastructure review to determine our DCC base, what we need to finance?
Through your worship to Councillor Elliott, well, that's a much bigger question because we need all the master plans that Mr. Black is working on and Ms. Donato. And we will be bringing that back and we'll have to look at what the DCC projects are. So that'll be a bigger conversation that will happen probably, later next year. And Nancy Henderson from Urban Systems is on as well, who did your workshop on DCC updates. And so we'll be tracking in line to bring those back, but I don't foresee that happening until later next year, and it'll be a timing issue because there's a fair amount of consultation that has to go with that as well.
Okay, so we're on to the rescinding of the amendment bylaw. Any more comments regarding rescinding, and then we'll go on to amending? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Now the next motion. Someone want to put that on the table for me? Councilor Sherlock.
The development cost charge amendment bylaw number 2288 be read a third time as amended.
Seconder for the motion, Councilor Palmer. Discussion on that motion when we're talking about amendment in the 4%. Any comments? Councilor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. So just further to Councillor Elliott, the reality is all we're doing is a really minor. It's equivalent to essentially the cost of living. That's essentially what we're doing. Maybe a better process so we can do things in the future. Realistically, I don't think staff is quite saying it, but realistically, it's not going to happen. The robust DCC review is not going to happen with this council term. It's just because, as the planner said, there's going to be a timing issue because we're going to have to get all this infrastructure stuff. We're going to be into the election. So it just won't happen. But I do have a question for the planner. So hypothetically, on the cost of living increase for 2022, what would be the earliest date, hypothetically, that could be done? Is that January or is that December? Or is it actually, does a whole year have to go by?
Ms. Wade, any comments on that?
Through your worship to Councillor Palmer, my understanding is that it can be done within the year of, like, the amendment will go through now in 2021. And then for the 2022 budget, we should be able to look at that CPI exemption, is my understanding. And I'm just going to refer to our consultant, Nancy Henderson, just in case I'm missing anything. In regards to that, so that because that's what we've been working on with the Director of Finance. Nancy?
Through the chair, the update could be 1 year from the date of adoption of this bylaw. And if you've been following the CPI increases, that we have quite a hefty one for next year at over 4%. So there's an opportunity to keep up with inflation a year from now.
So for clarity, do we have to wait for a year after it's adopted, or could it happen as essentially immediately? Whole year?
1 year from adoption.
So if this was adopted right away, we're looking at October 2022 before CPI index. So again, that will be the next council.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Councilor Sherlock.
May I suggest that we leave notes for the next council so that they don't get the same situation as when we came in and had a motion to vote on our first council meeting. to slip into this. We've done a lot of work, and I think I agree with Councillor Elliott's frustration that we were not able to do the major update within our term. That being said, I am pretty proud of the work that we have done, and the master plans will be done in a robust fashion to give us the next council a solid platform and list of projects to choose from. From the sounds of what you guys went through in the previous council term, it is quite the process. So I would hate to see that get tangled up in another election cycle.
Absolutely, absolutely. Any further comments on the motion? All those in favor? Oh, no, Councillor Elliott, you have a question before?
No, I withdraw.
Okay. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Councillor Ron Kennedy, can you just take the chair seat and put the next motion on the table?
Yeah. Okay, the next motion is
Kitchen incubator.
11A, is that right?
Yeah.
Is that a recommendation? Does anybody want to put that on the? Nicole, Councillor Philip.
That a recommendation be made to the Columbia Shuswap Regional District Board, CSRD, to allocate $50,000 from the Economic Opportunity Fund for the current year to community kitchens to support the development of an incubator kitchen.
Is there a second? Councillor Brooksville. Any discussion? Councillor Gillette.
Just I'm excited to see this come forward. This has been a project and discussion in the community for quite a long time. It deserves a bit of funding to support, and it's an important part of our economy. Watching the different food businesses develop and knowing how much they would benefit from having access to an affordable, functional commercial kitchen that they can work in, including the supports that our food security coordinator has been putting in place for farmers and food producers to do that value added. It's pretty cool to see this come forward.
Any other comments? Councillor Palmer?
So unfortunately, the attachments don't work. What is an incubator kitchen? I don't know what it is.
Is there, and through the chair, I'm curious if there's staff that's available to give a little presentation on what's been going on the latest. I'll admit I know some background on it, but not the latest updates.
Through your worship, I can speak to it, or through your acting worship. If you can hear me. Yes, we've been working with the food security coordinator as part of our work plan under community economic development to support this initiative. It's an initiative with several different roles. First of all, it will provide an industrial kitchen, a commercial kitchen, sorry, for the food bank and the services they provide the community, but it also will support small business in the community. So we have a lot of food producers, especially in Area B, which is why I thought it appropriate to take this request to the CSRD for economic opportunity funding. And a lot of those food producers don't have access to commercial kitchens to prepare, to package, to bottle or freeze, whatever their wares and their products. So this is a common approach to, I worked with a similar food hub, it was called, in my last role in economic development. And it's a fantastic way to support entrepreneurs and small businesses before they have the ability to invest in bricks and mortar themselves and to, create that facility. So this allows them to rent space or use space, to rent storage, to prepare their foods, to get help with kind of common commercial interests, such as how to label things, how to work with the food inspection, all those kinds of things. So it's a great start, and I think it'll actually support a lot of small entrepreneurs, and it'll definitely support our agricultural sector and our food producers.
Yeah. Is there a time where they're eligible to participate? I mean, you don't want to keep, you don't want to undermine the existing businesses in town. They'll already spend money on bricks and mortar and significant infrastructure and all their equipment to be viable, and be undermined by, a budding entrepreneur who has a kitchen provided for them.
Through your worship, I can speak to just my experience with incubator kitchens in Ontario, where I worked previously. They actually really focused a lot of attention on the whole food sector in a given community or a given region, and everybody benefited from the extra coverage. So they held workshops and provided information and training to any food producer, any entity that wanted to learn how to appropriately label and pass inspections and do all of this work. So it does tend to actually raise the bar for everybody. And I have, from my own experience, seen that, if they're successful in packaging, say their products, they will themselves be driven to invest in a larger capacity because it's a very small scale to support this kind of incubator work. You know, we're talking sales at the farmers market, for instance. But in order to scale up, and I saw this in one case with a business in Smith Falls, they started the incubator kitchen. Within 6 months, they had created a new facility, and they had 50 employees when I left Smith Falls. So it can be a fantastic opportunity for all businesses working in that sector.
Any other comments, councillors?
I'd be careful, you don't want to support people, because I know the restaurants in town firsthand, there's a struggle that's going on. And, you know, and just as the hoteliers protect their little turf, your restaurateurs would probably be arguing that they're being supported, or sorry, they're being funded, competitors are being funded without, you know, consequence. I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay, so Councillor Palmer, Councillor Gillette, and Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. I guess I have a sort of wondering about some of these things that Councillor Elliott is saying too. Has this gone through any other city committees? Again, there's no real recommendation coming from any committees as such. How did this start and sort of evolve? And then is it part of a bigger picture plan? I'm just trying to understand the implications. And where does this thing actually get built? And who owns it?
Yes, so the food security strategy that was approved by Council in 2014 and that is currently undergoing an update with funds through CED as part of our work plan, it does specify that this is one of the goals of the food security strategy is to support local businesses, but also to support local food producers, more importantly, to ensure they have the ability within the community to package and prepare their products. So it was vetted through the food security strategy. It's also been part of the work plan for community economic development for the past 2 years and has been discussed around the table at the commission and other social development committee as well. And potentially there was some discussion in the recovery task force about how we could be doing more to support food producers in our region.
So aside from the sort of broad, sort of general motherhood statements about support of food producers, was the incubator kitchen specifically identified in the work plan and in the food security strategy? That this incubator kitchen specifically, was that in the work plan and in the food security strategy in 2014?
Ron?
So, Your Worship, the food security strategy was developed before my time. I'm not intimately familiar with it, but yes, I believe it was. It certainly has been included in our work plan and in discussions with the Commission and Social Development Committee about specifically supporting this facility.
Councillor Shaw.
Well, I was just going to mention that I did sit on the Food Security Committee with Melissa Hemphill up until earlier on in the pandemic. We haven't met for a while, but we get check-ins from Mel on a somewhat regular basis, and I was kind of expecting to be able to check in with her again this fall through this process. I would also like to point out that the Chamber of Commerce does a really good job of engaging with different industry sectors to be able to support their members and make sure that their voices are heard, because especially for restaurants now, the capacity just isn't there. So to be able to engage with a membership organization like the Chamber of Commerce to then represent those concerns at a discussion like this, because the incubator kitchen, as part of the food security strategy, the food system does involve the restaurants. So to have them engaged and participating would be lovely. Part of the challenge is to find that capacity, right? So how do you engage in a way that makes sure that toes aren't being stepped on, but at the same time supporting those small producers? Because I think there is room for this. We're seeing incubator kitchens and food hubs pop up across the Kootenays with a lot of support from all across the food sector. If there are any concerns, I would encourage any restaurant owners, restaurateurs, chefs, anyone in the sector that is concerned to please do come forward and engage, because there's room there to have that conversation. And I know the Chamber of Commerce has been involved to a certain extent at least.
Yeah, I'm not, well, the restaurant, my wife is, but I would say, you know, this is my perspective. She has nothing, you know, there's no skin off her, no, this goes on, but I would think, just as an objective observer, if we support a kitchen to an up-and-comer, someone who's put the money up front has taken the plunge and very deeply and has a lot at stake, and being undermined by community support endeavor is kind of a one-sided competition that you don't want to get involved in. I just find it very strange that we would allow that. And I don't know why the chamber is not speaking to it. I don't know why they've not brought up this issue.
Okay, I'll let Councilor run it.
Is Community Connections going to be running this, and then if they're going to rent out that space, are they going to be making money, which would then support their services? Because that's pretty cool. Is that part of this?
Ms. Brown?
I'm not sure I can speak to what their business model looks like, but I do know that the incubator kitchen is also going to be the commercial kitchen at the new Community Connection space, and it'll support a number of functions, including community gatherings, food bank, and a lot of their services that they provide. So I'm not sure what proportion of time or space this is going to involve. If you'd like, we can bring back a follow-up report on this and share further to Councillor Elliott's concerns, a number of case studies about how actually this has actually, the incubator piece of it does serve as an incubation, economic generator. There's a multiplier effect, and it does actually tend to, from our research and my knowledge, absolutely bring more attention and more opportunities for all food producers and anyone in the food sector. It is a generator.
That's what I was going to say a little bit. I think that was Nicole's point too, is like, I think it's not going to take away from other businesses. If anything, it's going to just change habits and how people think about using these spaces. It might actually open up opportunities, not just for collaboration, but also for these kitchens to partake in this type of thing. So it could be actually pretty good for all of them. It's really cool.
I agree. If that incubator generates interest that go on to the next level, and I say that buying space downtown is the next level. Renting space.
Sure.
So
there needs somewhere to start.
Yeah, totally. But that's a leg up that most people don't get.
Okay. Councillor Charlotte.
Cool though.
That's great.
Yeah, totally. I fully support encouraging and supporting in any way we can. I think by rising tides lift all boats, not just the ones that have been early adopters. And I know you think it's all just talk, but I think there's some real potential here. I agree with what Ms. Braun is suggesting. I would love to have a report back to council, perhaps from the food security coordinator, on where we're at, what's going on, how is that update going, what we can expect going into next year. We've been talking about food security discussions lately. It might be a really good, healthy discussion to have at some point.
Can I add one more thing? I'm not sure how this fits into food security. What are we talking? How
That's where great to get a presentation to dig into what that
I think one of them, just based on the report, was that local food providers would have a place to process their food, which could then go to the food bank or for other initiatives, like maybe it is the market.
So when we have an incubator kitchen, and so Ms. Braun, I'll get you to confirm or deny what I'm saying, but if we have an incubator kitchen, we may have somebody who has an idea to start some sort of food processing and needs a commercial kitchen but has no money to start, and they may be unemployed and are looking for a way to feed their family. This would be a great way to start, because anyone who's doing food processing needs to go through Interior Health, needs to be certified, and needs to work through a commercial kitchen or at least be inspected. And so am I right in that that's the idea potentially behind something like this, is actually giving people a way to look after themselves, and hence there's food production and food security with that?
Your Worship, that is correct. In fact, I'll just read out what Cindy Flood was able to pull up from our food security strategy. It was the highest priority. Create a community-owned or nonprofit commercial kitchen facility for processing of local food to encourage business startup opportunities. So it is essentially an economic development, activity. And, I think it does provide opportunities to collaborate, to access training and capacity building across the sector. And I should also point out that Community Futures is a big partner in this as well. They provide, as you know, startup loans and support to businesses, any businesses. So they all get a leg up in that sense. And their degree of support, may include, for instance, whether or not they have access to a facility like this.
All right, Councillor Charlotte and Councillor Palmer.
Just one last comment, Your Worship, just to apologize too. It's hard because it's easy to use the same word, food security, and there are two topics. There is individual food security, which is having food on your table.
Right.
And there is community food systems and food security of being able to produce our own food and manage our own food so that if you grow food here, you have somewhere here to process that food to get it to market. Where right now we do not have that facility in our community, which is a hole in our food system, the community food system, which is why it was identified in the food security strategy.
Great. Thank you for that. Councillor Plum.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. Just further to what I said before, so ideally I would like to see these kind of discussions happen at some sort of committee level and a recommendation, clear recommendation coming to council. Because it seems like we're doing sort of committee work here a little bit. The other is that in other information on, specifically on the plan, so that's really helpful for me in the reports. Just a point on the fiscal responsibility of this. I'm looking at that and I'm concerned about tax creep and where things can come in. There's that statement that there's no impact on our long-term financial plan, so that's fine. But then I just sort of wonder, is this something that's growing and then is there some implications? Don't need to answer that right now. On the project, it's a $50,000 project, $10,000 for feasibility and $20,000 for design work and ongoing business planning services. So I just say, okay, from a business perspective, that's pretty high on the administrative side of a $50,000. Sounds like a $50,000 stove, but yeah. So anyway, just a comment on that.
Councillor Charlotte, you had your hand up. Any comment? And Ms. Braun, you have your hand up.
Yeah, she can probably answer the question better.
I believe the overall budget for the incubator kitchen is closer to $300,000, and there are other funders involved. CBT, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure CBT and certainly Community Futures are also contributing to this project. It's like Councillor Charlotte pointed out, it's been a long time coming. It was identified in 2014 as a high priority, so it's exciting to finally to be here, and I think the need is greater than ever with the pandemic and what that's shone a light on with regards to our food insecurity.
Great. Thank you for that. And I'm going to go back to, before I go back to Councillor Palmer, I'm going to go back to his comment about committee work and whatnot, and I have to agree with him. I'd like to see council where these things are gone through a committee and come to council, and basically we look at it and have a brief conversation and move forward. Now I'm going to go back to Councillor Palmer.
Right, and sort of apologies for belaboring things to get on to. 300,000, so this suddenly grew up to 300,000 in the last.
It's in the attachments.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
so it's
okay, fair enough. I'll leave that call question.
I'm happy to put this, I guess it's already on the table. That is, I did that when you were in Washington, but I think this is so seriously cool, and I'm very excited about it. So, thank you.
Any other comments on the motion on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Braun. Appreciate that. Moving on to item 11B, Economic Opportunity Fund Alpine Club. Someone want to make that motion? Councillor Brooks Hill?
That a recommendation be made to the CSRD to allocate $30,000 from the Economic Opportunity Fund for the current year to the Alpine Club of Canada to support the development and maintenance of recreational hiking trails and amenities.
Second for the motion, Councillor Ryan. Discussion on the motion. Before we get into questions, Ms. Braun, do you have anything to say?
No, Your Worship. I think the application speaks for itself. If there's questions, I'm happy to try and answer.
Great. Any questions, councillors? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on to Economic Trust funding applications. So someone want to make that motion for me? Okay, Councillor Bergso.
That funding applications to the Economic Trust of the Southern Interior prepared in collaboration with business service partners to support business retention and expansion activities be supported.
Second for the motion, please. Councillor Charlotte. Discussion on the motion. Ms. Braun, for clarification for the public, do you want to speak just briefly to this, please?
To your worship, sure. This is a funding opportunity that's come up fairly quickly, as many of these do, and to try and bring this to council in a timely way has been a challenge. But the deadline for applying is I believe, next Tuesday, the 1st of November. And we have been, in my absence, my team has been working closely with our business service partners, including Community Futures, the Chamber of Commerce, and Tourism Revelstoke, to look at ways we can access the ETSI funding to support some ongoing business retention and expansion initiatives. I'm not privy to what they've been doing in my absence, but I know that a number of the priorities identified before I left was around our workforce development strategy, around our Foodlands project, and around our Tech 3.0 to support business innovation and digital adaptation. So they've been working on collectively on this funding proposal, and we just wanted to be sure that we had the support of council to participate in those collaborations.
Councillor Shaw.
Just to speak that I appreciate that the application is going towards existing projects that we've been working on to increase and support, to complement that funding. Looking at all the different funding streams, I agree there's a lot out there right now, and adding new projects to our docket is maybe not the best strategy for capacity concerns, but this looks like it speaks to some of the projects that I know I've seen in the works already. So if it helps to supplement the costs and get those running smoother, then albeit.
Great, thank you. Any further comments or questions, Councillor Palmer?
I'll support the motion. I just, I think I sort of see it when there's sort of like who's going to make the motion kind of thing. A little bit more information. Perhaps you could send something to council just so we have a little bit of awareness of what this is.
Yeah, great.
But I don't know the implications really. It's a funding application, so generally we're going to be supportive of looking for grants. At the same time, there can be unintended consequences for applying for grants as well. And so it's just helpful to have that understanding. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to 11D, Development Services. So, Ms. Wade, Mr. Simon, do you have a presentation for us?
Through your worship, I just have a brief overview. I don't have a formal presentation. And this is, so in regards to this particular application for an OCP update and First Nations consultation, what I wanted to do is just highlight a couple of key points here. When we did the resolution back in May, it was for staff to consider how we would move forward with engagement with the SINEX. And what I wanted to say is that since that time, we did go to the portal, which is used by the ministry, which we, under our legislation, use to form our base consulting group. And that's just part of our legislative process. So in doing that, we expanded from 5 Indigenous bands to 11 bands, and we did go and refer and got comments. And so that was a very robust exercise, which has informed the process moving forward. In particular, with this application, we have worked with the Adams Lake Band in regards to looking at chance, it's called chance find, which is another procedure of which we are working with the developer and Adams Lake Band in regards to this. And so we've been consulting with them in this process of what needs to happen moving forward. What I wanted to highlight is that, which is not in this report, but I wanted to talk to it, is that I wanted to acknowledge that staff is not opposed to consulting with the SINEX First Nations, but what we need to understand is the process. And we also need a resolution from council under section 475 to direct staff to move forward if they want to expand beyond the list that is in the resolution before you for future OCP amendments, and also in regards to our major OCP update. And staff is quite prepared to work through this to figure out this process. We have been in touch with the ministry, but we haven't had any direct conversation with them yet. We understand this is a complex issue, but we just want council to know and the community to know that we are not opposed to it, and we need direction from council, and we can work through a consultation process, and we need some time to figure out how that would work. And so one of the things we have before us is we have this application who's been sitting in Bay for quite a while, and they cannot move forward to a public hearing until a resolution about consultation under section 475 and 476 is passed by council. So that's the situation we're in, and I'm happy to address anything in regards to that. I know that we're in new times, and I can tell you that we've gone through the portal. We checked it this morning before we came to council to see if there've been any changes, and there's been no further changes. And I just understand that there is conversations going on at the provincial level, and that's where we're at right now with the best of our ability and knowledge at this point in time.
And so we are aware that the provincial government is trying to figure out a way to work with the Sinites and get them into consultation. We're probably one of the first communities moving forward since the Supreme Court initiative and then the provincial government coming forward. So with this motion regarding development services, and this has been a while, I'm prepared for this to move forward, but also to make sure that we have a motion put on the table to expand our Indigenous partners, including the Sinites, moving forward. And but I'd like to see this go forward, and then I want to talk about the next one regarding the OCP, and I'm going to go to our councillors. We know we've got some emails in dealing with the Sinites, and we definitely want to make sure that they're included. Ms. Braun, would you like to just speak briefly before I ask for a motion to be put on the table in dealing with our Indigenous relations?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think having not been totally up to date with what's been happening or concerns that are being expressed, I would share that the concerns I can imagine that are being shared are being met. This report, as Director Wade pointed out, was in the works for quite some time. In the interim, we have created the role of Indigenous liaison, which is a new role, less than 2 months, and within that role is encompassed supporting, Mayor Sulz and Council on G2G, government-to-government discussions, supporting city departments on meaningful engagement, and supporting capacity building with our partners in the community. So I would say the leadership is there. Mayor Sulz has shown that and has supported the foundation of this role. The capacity and resources are also there, but it's early days. And so we're looking at how we can build on this early relationship work that's been going on to support mayor and council as well as city departments in this area.
All right, thank you. Councillor.
If we, when we take this and look at it in more detail to revise the bylaw to include the Sinites people, can we then amend the bylaw for these existing proposals that are coming forward at a later date?
Yes. Is that not correct, Mr. Thackeray? So we put these through, and then we can add the Sinites to that after the fact. She'll try to engage with them in dealing with these two that are before us today.
Yes, through the chair. So council can consult with the Sinites and do that and include their information as it becomes available. But I think it's important to what the director said. I think it's important for council to make an intentional policy decision to include this and follow the legislation, make it moving forward. And I think that would be an appropriate path forward. So I think it's important to recognize that there's competing things here happening at the same time.
Right, so I guess I'm just wondering, like, if we were to proceed with the way that the motions are currently worded right now, but then also put on a new motion for staff to draft up that has engagement with the SNIDES people included in all of our permit procedures, we could do both. And then after the fact, go back to the ones that are ongoing so that we don't stall them and say, we're going to amend these bylaws to include the update.
So if I may, through the chair, are you referring to these two current?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And another point I would like to just highlight that staff is working, as Director Wade said, we're working on a chance procedure, and it's something that we can implement. It doesn't have to come be complicated. There's some good examples out there with this CSRD and some other examples. So that's good.
Which would include this.
It's called, chance finding. And so basically, if we we find that we have other nations or other people that we need to engage with, we can, without our staff having to come back to us. They can engage with those people, correct?
Yes, if I may, the Heritage Preservation Conservation Act requires that public and private lands, if there are items found that are of archaeological significance in some form or fashion, they're required to go through a process and get permitting. So there's good legislation here to deal with that. And we want to put in some good procedures and processes to support making these things happen.
Ms. Wade, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just want a point of clarification. So in dealing with OCP amendments, we need a resolution from Council under Section 475 to direct staff to expand your consultation to the SINAX, and then ask us to come up with a consultation process that we could then bring back to you. So I just want to be really clear that this is dealing with OCP amendments.
Okay, so before we deal with OCP 2020-01, dealing with 1160 Newlands Road, do you want to see a motion under Section 475 of the Local Government Act indicating to staff to increase their engagement with the SNIDES people?
Yes, Your Worship, has a separate resolution, and to direct staff to consult and figure out what that engagement process looks at, so we can talk with both the nation and also talk with the ministry, so we can come up with a collaborative approach.
Okay, Ms. Floyd, do you want to weigh in here as to process, please?
Yes, please, Your Worship. So just to clarify, we cannot receive any additional information after the public hearing closes. So if the SNIACs are consulted after that point, we can't consider their comments in the adoption of the bylaw.
Okay, so we don't have a public hearing scheduled for 1160 Newlands Road at this point. We could put this forward, and then before we set public hearing, we can ask staff to go out, reach out to the SNIDES people or not. So I'm asking for clarification. I know you're shaking your head, Ms. Wade, but I cannot hear your words. So I'm asking Floyd that for clarification, then I'm going to come back to you.
Sorry, Your Worship, I will defer to Ms. Wade. I believe she has something she wants to comment on.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Wade, thank you.
So through Your Worship, what staff would request is that the two motions before you be adopted as is. And then as a result of this, if council wishes to have a further resolution about us consulting the SINAX, but not in relation to these applications, just for future. So when future applications come, that we're now directed by council to look for an engagement process to consult with them.
Okay, so I want to deal with item 11D first, because I think we can get to that, and then I want to have a little more discussion before we deal with item E, and I want to ask Mr. Thackeray some questions regarding that. So, council, any comments on item D? I'd like to get this on the table, and then we can discuss. So, Councillor Sherlock.
Put the motion on the table first.
Yes, please.
Okay. The council has considered what persons, organizations, and authorities may be affected by proposed official community plan amendment bylaw number 2286 pursuant to sections 475 to 476 of the Local Government Act and determined as in the package A and B.
All right, second for the motion, please. Councillor Brooks Hill. Any further discussion on this motion? Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is an interesting conversation. I really appreciate all the letters of support for consulting the Synods that have come in from the community. This is a changing world that we live in. I'm really grateful to be part of this council that has started to build relationships with our First Nations neighbors. The Synods situation is heartbreaking on so many levels and fascinating to be a part of as the court cases change the regulation situation. From my experience in building these relationships, there's two sides to this. One being legislative and what we have to do based on the law, which is this scenario here, which is in relation to one particular property, not our actual OCP and how we govern our whole community. As a different differentiation. It's confusing right now because we are doing that big overhaul and review, and I think it might be getting conflated with that. Then there's also the relational, complicated process of getting to know each other and showing respect for each other. And I think how I'm hearing this second motion described in that we are going to direct staff to figure out how are we going to engage with the Synods is that showing of good intent that we want to build these relationships, that we are happy and willing to show leadership in what this looks like. While we go to do that, though, in the meantime, there's all these legislative things that we need to do, and this being one of them. So I'm fully in support of this. This is a snapshot of what our current government procedures and guidance is on how to engage with First Nations here in our community. And we're going to come out of it with an intent to make that better for the next one. I wish we could do them all great from the beginning, but we also don't want to put things on hold while we wait for perfect.
Great. Okay. Thanks for that comment. I'm all for engaging, and I think that's very important, but I do want to move this one forward, and then I want to talk about engaging with the Synods for the citywide Thomas Brook. But I want to hear from other councillors as well. Any comments on the motion on the table dealing with 1160 Newlands Road?
Just a question, Schipper. Is this the first time we've referred or anything out to the First Nation groups?
No, we do it on a regular basis.
Right.
And there is a portal, I think it's called Indigenous Matters or Indigenous Relations, where we reach out through that to our Indigenous partners. So we've increased from the 4 to 5 that we normally do to 10 or 11 on these issues. And then, of course, in March of this year, there was a Supreme Court saying that in dealing with the Synods that they are not extinct, that they are valid peoples, and that the BC government is acknowledging that and dealing with that. And the reason that this was I think it's the Thomas Brook thing was put on hold was Councillor Palmer had said back in April, we need to make sure that we do a wholesome engagement with all the people. So that's kind of where we're at, and our staff tried to reach out, and obvious through our communications or our engagement with our local community people that we weren't able to find any people, and now that they've come forward, I think we've got that connections. So does that answer your question?
So did the Synods or a representative from the Synods request this? Is this what was the impetus for this? Is there a normal process?
There is a normal process, but community engagement with our local people, someone had indicated to them that this was coming forward. An email was sent out to our Aboriginal friendship group, and they weighed in on the fact that there's Synods not only in our community, but they're still valid, and they want them to be able to give input. And so that's kind of where we're at in dealing with the overall thing.
Have we received any comments back from the various groups at this point in any of our situations, or is it always just a rubber stamp?
Oh, no, it's never just a rubber stamp.
I'm just wondering if they're even interested.
Yeah, we do receive comments, and sometimes we receive comment that there is no comment, that they have nothing to say. So they do respond, and sometimes they don't respond.
Well, I just want to make sure it's a productive or worthwhile endeavor. I mean, if they're not even interested, then
And some respond and say, we're concerned about our archaeological stuff, and that's dealt with and then we move on.
Yeah, I mean, there's never any intention, or I would never dream of stepping on their ancestral sort of rights and, but I just wonder if this, OCP or Newlands Drive is in the middle of nowhere for them, are they just banging through it? And I'm just wondering whether.
I believe we just did engagement on the single family properties up there, right, Ms. Wynn?
Through your worship, we have done engagement, and this engagement here is part of the CD zone that is going to be coming before council. And so they, as I said earlier, we did hear back from the Adams Lake Band, and we are working with them and the developer, and it is to do with the archaeological chance find. And the department does not have an archaeological chance find procedure, which we are doing and putting into place. It wasn't here when I joined the department, so we're making that happen.
Great, thanks. Councilor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. I would like to start. I have a series of questions, and quite frankly, I'm deeply troubled about this on a number of levels. But I'd like to make a note to the public that, from my perspective, that this situation where the staff recommendation excludes the cynic's consultation on the OCP matters only came to my attention on Friday. That was less than 4 days ago, about 4 days ago. In the publishing. I know we got a little extra time, on the Thursday but there's very, very little time. So there's this report comes on there. And yes, it does go back to April 27th, 6 months ago. But anyway, that came on Friday, and I was immediately troubled referring back, because actually the discussion on April 27th was specifically on this OCP amendment. And so that's what I'm speaking to. So that happened Friday, and I was disturbed, and then I had to give it some thought. So after much thought, on Sunday, I emailed the mayor requesting that these reports be pulled from the agenda. The reason for that was that would allow a more in-depth discussion on the city's role and responsibility to make an effort to connect with the official recognized leaders of the Sinites and to avoid misunderstanding on council's intention with our moral and legal obligation in conducting city business. The CEO and our CEO and the corporate officer did reach out and were supportive of some of my concerns, and I appreciate that. The dialogue, so the April 27th, I remember it very well because I was the one that brought up the issue. And so just a few days before that, there was the court case of the Sinites, of a Sinites person that came up into Canada, shot a mule deer, I believe, and it's gone through back in 2016 or something, and it's gone through several layers of the courts up to the Supreme Court of Canada just a few days before that meeting. And we're talking about the most identifiable Aboriginal group, Indigenous group, that at least in my awareness, and I think in general awareness in Revelstoke, most identifiable. And so I remember that, and it was, I remember fumbling with the motion, quite frankly, and I have it in front of me, and at that time, there was a motion by myself, Councillor Elliott seconded, I believe it was unanimous. The council's consideration of persons, organizations, authorities may be protected by the proposed community plan amendment bylaw number 2286, the one that we're talking about right now. Pursuant to section 475, that's the legislation that we're talking about here, of the Local Government Act, be deferred pending further consideration by staff, an ambiguous statement. But the intent was clear. We just had a landmark Supreme Court case that affects our community, Revelstoke. So now I'm hearing 6 months later, we got around to it. And that we have a developer, unfortunately, is anxious. Like, why, we hear in the report, why, I think it was in April, May, the staff went and took a look at the provincial database. There's no reference in the report of that database. I could go search for it. But anyway, so why did it take this long? But before we answer that, I do have some other questions, Mayor Sulz, that I think Councillor Elliott, and more some of these functional things, if I may. So first of all, the duty to consult has been a part of the Local Government Act for some time. This has been around for many, many years. And I don't know when the last time Section 475, the duty to consult with various groups, the regional district, the school district, various First Nations. But for some time, that's happened for some time. But it seems to me that it's only recently been entrenched in this approval process where we make a council resolution. That's relatively new to me, from my understanding. Right? So I guess the first question is, so this resolution is a serious thing, because we are stating in this resolution that we as council have seriously considered who the appropriate people are to consult with. That's our legislative duty. It's not a database. So, but anyway, I'm just curious, because I don't know the answer to this. When did this process become entrenched where there's an actual resolution? I'm trying to understand why we make it, because before, it's the local government, it's in the act, it's the local government must do these things. In the past, it was a staff function to make sure the consultation processes work. And this does feel like a very rubber stamping thing. So I don't know if there's an answer to that. When did this start? Is this something new, or has it been around? That you've been on this council for the last?
That's fairly new. I'm actually going to, it's fairly new from what I'm seeing. However, we've been doing it for a while. This week, do you want to weigh in as to how long we've been doing it, or make comment to Councillor Palmer's question?
Through your worship, in my 20-odd years, this has been quite a standard process. Thomas Berger, famous Indigenous lawyer, was very involved in bringing about consultation with Indigenous throughout the province. So I can give you an example that when I was back in Whistler in 2003 and we were doing the bid, that we were very involved, and all our OCPs and amendments were referred. And we worked with First Nations. It has evolved as the provincial legislation has evolved with relationships with Truth and Reconciliation and other pieces of legislation. So it has evolved over the last, 25 years. This 475, ever since I've been here, has been in place, and we've actually improved the First Nations consultation process by going through the portal from the province, which we actually set up so that we would have the proper list of names. So that has definitely been improved, and it has definitely been something that has been utilized quite frequently over the last 10 years. And it does change because it's up to council to decide if they want to expand beyond that consultation group, and staff needs direction for that.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. So I think I made it clear that I understand that 475 has been here and the duty to consult has been here for decades. I understand that. It's the change where there's an actual specific resolution, because that is not specified within the legislation. But that's okay, I'll move on. So what happens if we make a statement that we've done our duty of consultation based on the staff recommendation that is in error? It's a question, because I think we are making a mistake. Does this transfer the responsibility from staff to council? I think it probably does. I don't know. These are legal questions. Part of the reason I wanted this to go into an in-camera discussion. So, so don't take this lightly, council. If we exclude someone that we know, a group of people that we know, or at least ought to know, I say we know, that we should be consulting with the Synites, that there should be a referral. So if we do that, we collectively hold that responsibility. I absolutely will not support this motion. A question, so it's not in the report. Did we receive any legal or other advice on this matter for the staff recommendation? It's a question. Mayor Sulz.
Ms. Wade.
Through your worship, that was provided to the CAO.
Mr. Packard?
Yes, we received some legal information. I can certainly be available to provide it to council should you wish, but at this point, I think there's still some things that need to be fleshed out.
Yeah. So, so we are making a decision. There's some legal advice, and we are making a decision that's going to be changing the OCP, and have we council have that responsibility. I think, in fairness, if there was some legal advice, that we should have that. Then there's some other questions I have. Did the lawyer consider the opinion, whatever the opinion was it in writing, was it not? We don't need to necessarily answer these, but these are questions that I have on our responsibility. Was it in writing? Well, then definitely we should have seen it. Did the lawyer, did she look at the court case? I took a look at it.
Mr. Thackeray has comment.
If I may, in talking with Mr. Lidstone this afternoon, I was brought up to speed on a number of files. We did touch on this, and we both feel the same way. Should council wish to consult, council ought to consult. And his advice is there's nothing a barrier for council not to consult should you wish, and you're totally on the side to say yes, you want to consult, so long as you follow your legislation and make sure there's notice in terms of establishing the public hearing and so forth, and making sure there's time in place so people do hear any feedback, should there be feedback from any First Nation, and in particular in this case the Synites.
So, thank you. Again, this goes back onto the time and even that sloppy resolution from April. Hopefully we have staff that have the political acumen and the professionalism. We're lay people here. But anyway, just on that, just for clarity on the legislation 475, for the purposes of this, the local government, of which we are the decision makers ultimately, must specifically consider whether consultation is required with the following. There's several in First Nations, and that's the nature behind that. And so we absolutely should. And there's going to be an inconvenience. So if we reject this motion or amend it, it's going to be a delay. It's going to be a delay, unfortunately, on the applicant for this particular one. It will be a delay on the Thomas Brook. And we can say, oh, it's not, am I creating a tempest in a teapot? In some ways, quite possibly, as far as the individual issues, because the Synites maybe have no interest in this. Maybe not, we don't know. And then we go through this delay, and the developer, has this additional delay, but then that begs the question, why didn't this come back 5 months ago? In fairness, because I feel for the developer, it's saying this isn't fair. And then on the Thomas Brook, we've had this dialogue as well, and we haven't got this thing fixed. But we do have that duty of requirement. Just a little bit more. I thank council and the community and staff for allowing me to create my deep concerns about this. But from the letters, and by the way, I was not the instigator of those letters. Some people have accused me of being the instigator. We have, 11 or 12 letters of people saying, I can't believe what's going on. And, yes, I was disturbed, but many people are disturbed for good reason. So questions that come up from that, okay, the matter was referred to, why did it take this long? Is the developer negatively impacted? Looks like probably I think that's answered. So where are those things? The question about the provincial database up to date, and I don't know the answers, but did somebody pick up the phone with the ministry and say, this is actually kind of a big deal, we better be dealing with this? We do have professionals on staff. Why is the provincial guideline not included, guidelines not included in this report? And so I had questions about the database because in the report it's talking about 5 months ago, and thank you staff for checking again today. And then the referrals, we're saying that we've done the right job, but now I'm hearing Adams Lake Band has some concerns. It's not in the report. Those are my initial comments. I definitely will not support this motion, and I think it's an error for council to do so as it is.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Chalette, you had your hand up?
I did. I'm curious, looking through the report again, I'm noticing that at the end it says there are no other departments that have been consulted for this matter, but I'm curious if our new Indigenous liaison or the Community Economic Development and our existing relationship building with our First Nations neighbors was involved in this conversation.
So Ms. Wade, and then I'll go to Ms. Braun. So Ms. Wade, I'll go to you first in dealing with that question.
So through your worship, we have been in consultation with some of our First Nations in regards to this particular development, and it is not, they have just strictly asked that when the developer goes and digs, if they find any archaeological facts, to let them know. So that is in process and been relayed. A fairly normal practice for when we get those comments, we work with the developer to let them know. Our Indigenous representation that through Director Braun, we have included him. I did share the report with him, but in fairness, this is a newer area for him. His specialty is archaeological and is helping us with such things as the Chance Find and helping us with our OCP archaeological mapping so that we can address the comments that the Adams Lake Band have provided us. So we are already working on that with it. And so we have incorporated any comments we've heard, we have dealt with in regards to this. When it comes to no other departments, this was referred back out, as the report says, and it went to all the Indigenous bands that were listed in the portal. And I don't know, Director Braun, if you have anything more to add.
Braun.
Through your worship, I've been out of town for a few weeks. I can't speak directly to this particular report. All I can emphasize is that our new role has been in place for less than 2 months and has been building those relationships. And I think what is at the heart of what we can do to support Mayor and Council and other staff is in building those relationships. That's the critical first step, to have credibility and to have open lines of communication. And we're looking forward to bringing a report back to Committee of the Whole in November, where we'll give everybody an update on the progress we've made and how we're envisioning this role can support the G2G work of Mayor and Council, as well as the meaningful consultation that different city departments are not just obliged to carry out in terms of the legislation, but actually want to make sure that we engage in collectively to build those relationships. That's a starting point. I'm not sure that answers your question, but.
Okay. Any further comments, Councillor Chalette?
It's very helpful, yes, because it's a dicey topic to dig into. And I want to make sure that we are creating a safe enough place that we can have this conversation. While I can understand where, taken at face value, perhaps there's some concerns and it could cause some troubling feelings and being worried about the intent behind how we're consulting. And it drives me crazy how legislative language pigeonholes us into saying, well, you have to say it this way and you can't say that because of the implications of particular words. At the end of the day, we're trying to build relationships. And we're trying to forge ahead as a community and make good decisions around development that both supports our community's growth desires, like where we are going, but also respects the ancestors of this land. And I think it's behooving on us to make sure that we are holding that space for that conversation and not looking to inflame the discussion and say that someone was refusing to do something. I think I read this report and proposals a little bit differently, where that this is where we are now, and we will always, of course, strive to be better. And I have never heard anything from any one of our team that would suggest anything different than that. That being said, I am really looking forward to how this conversation goes forward, and I would be open to deferring this for given a clear understanding of where we're going with it. Because like you said, we made a motion in the spring to consult with SENIACs. Now we're to look at what would it take to consult with the SENIACs, and now we're hearing we need to make another motion to direct staff to be able to do so. And I want to make sure that we get that wording really clear here.
Yes.
Because I don't want any more of this misunderstanding, because we all want better relationships. And if this is an important step towards that, then great. But the fact that our legislative requirements are separate from relationship building is troubling to me. And I want to look at, I'm looking forward to this conversation at committee as a whole, to look at how do we integrate these conversations? Because yes, we're going to have a lot of new people at the table, whether they're not familiar with what's going on, we're not familiar with how we're supposed to engage with a new nation or a different nation than what we've traditionally been building relationships with. But it's building those relationships that are going to allow us to have functional legislative consultations, so we actually do get meaningful feedback. That's going to take time.
So I think it was just an oversight. We didn't connect with the NIACs, and we're making steps to ensure that doesn't happen in the future. What's wrong with picking up the phone and calling the band or connecting with the band and say, listen, we've slipped up. We've got this underway. We'll send you the information. Do you have any comments? Why do we need to go through this? I mean, it's just like normal business or normal relationship. You talk, we made a mistake. Let's fix it. Let's talk. Let's resolve it. Let's move on.
Don't disagree.
So to me, we're making something that's so simple, just picking up the phone and talking to the guy.
Well, in all due respect, I do not think it's simple. There's other things at play in terms of the history between those people and other bands and the relationships that we've built and how they feel about the Snacks people. So it's, there's like
a normal.
But this is part of a bigger discussion, right? Like this is
We're
not
denying
one.
the Snacks need to be included. It's just a misstep of not including. I'm saying normal conversation between you and I and everyone else. If we have a conflict, I'll get up and talk to you. And I'd say let's resolve that right away.
That perspective leaves out that this is way bigger.
We're fixing that with a bylaw that says they will be included in the future. Right now, we have an issue with Newlands Drive out there for 6 months down the road trying to resolve and get something underway. And I say, let's fix that.
Okay. Any other comments on the motion on the table? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. This isn't a little minor error.
Oh. No, it's not.
It's not a minor error. We knew about this in April.
We said
we knew about this
consulted
in April.
the various groups interested.
And it just came back exactly what it was. We knew there was a problem at that point. So let's not, and we're saying we're putting words that I think aren't really believable, that we're doing stuff, we care and all that kind of stuff. You know, for example, many of the organizations in our community recognized 4 First Nations as traditional territory in Revelstoke. And many organizations like the Chamber or various other entities, the museum and some of our committees will make, for example, in one of the emails that, that I acknowledge that the lands that we live, learn, play, and work are non-treaty with the Sinaites. I mean, there's different words, and I know they're loaded, potentially loaded as far as legal implications. But there's the 4 First Nations, and it's embarrassing for me because I'm not going to read them out because I'm going to mispronounce them. Even the Sinaites, there's different pronunciations, and we don't. And do we really care? We don't. We didn't do that statement at the beginning of the council meeting. We identified a problem back in April, saying we got a problem here that we need to understand, and we did nothing for 6 months. So, we have in the letters. There's reference to this letter. Look, I hope you guys have read it. Read it. The public knows it. That's what I think 2 or 3 of the letters. Read it. It's about Revelstokes and the Sinaites in our history. It's not just the Sinaites. It's our history. We need to understand that. So we have one of the foremost people. I am speaking to the motion. I am speaking to the motion because this is the resolution we're doing is, have we adequately consulted? And I'm saying we have knowledge, and if we try and sugarcoat and say, oh no, we just did a little misstep or whatever, I'll finish shortly here, Your Worship. I recognize there's some impatience with me. But let's not pretend that we're actually fine with this. Let's not pretend. And yes, there's developers that are hurt because of this. There's going to be delays on the Tom Spray if we do things the right way. I think I made my point. I think the 11 or 12 letters of very influential people in our community have made their point. And if there's a tabling motion, from our counselor across from the table to say, let's table this until we figure out what we should be doing, I would support that motion. And so, thank you for your patience. I will stop there. Thank you, Mayor Sulz.
Mr. Packer, you have a comment?
Just in hearing, there's a lot of issues at play here. There's a OCP issue, but there's also some broader issues at play as well, and they're informing each other. But I think it's important. My recommendation to council is to be mindful of the importance of, there's the issue of reconciliation and truth, and also doing things that are positive in that regard. And that's what I believe the councillors are talking about, and those are really important. What I'm also mindful of, though, is there's been a sequence of events happening over 6 months, and I think that in itself it needs to be peeled that onion a bit. So I'm kind of wondering whether council would be amenable to looking at the 11D and E separately, because I think 11E is a bigger issue, and because you're addressing the whole OCP issue. This 11D is specific to one project, and I'm mindful that I think it might be worth council considering taking the next item and referring it back to committee, making a decision, have a council meeting on the same committee day, and then rise a report to make a decision, and then do your referrals and establish a new date for the second one, because I think that might address the councillors' concerns as a process to move these items forward and not stall them. Because I think the only way council wishes to consider another path forward, that's certainly in order. But I'm just trying to think of a way for council to keep moving things forward and address these really important issues about how we consult and how we align with section 475, because clearly there are some important issues here.
Do we make a motion that the mayor or the CAO contact the Science Group?
Well, you certainly, as I said earlier, I made through the chair.
Yes, you may.
I think that council is in a position to do exactly that. There's no barrier. If you wish to consult today, we can make that happen. And
can I make that motion?
We will have to change the, certainly with items D and E, I think there's a pending public hearing that has been set for E. But certainly I think you have the option to, I think, address the broader issue, which is we need to do this work and do this in a constructive way and get it back in front of council. So I think there's a committee meeting next month. This could come forward at that committee meeting, and council could have a council meeting on the same day, and then actually make a decision on what you wish to do. And that will be sufficient time, I think, because I think there's two issues. One is just a referral, which is the legislative part, but I think there's a bigger issue of council wanting to make more relationships and build relationships between the communities, between councilors, and do those things and be intentional this way. And I think we can do that.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the start of this item 11D. Is there anyone that feels that they want to put this motion on the table, see if there's a seconder, and move this along, and then we will talk about the bigger, broader version in dealing with the citywide Thomas Brook. So I'm asking that question. Is there anyone that wishes to deal with this?
I think it's on the table.
Oh, is it? Did we put it on the table?
The motion's on the table.
All right, Marianne, Ms. Wade, do you have your hand up? My apologies, Council. Ms. Wade?
Yes, thanks for your worship. I just wanted to speak to one thing because I feel very strongly about this. Since I arrived in Revelstoke, having a policy about how we deal with Indigenous has been very important to me. And I know it's been very important to other directors, and myself and Director Braun have been working very closely with council to try to develop these relationships. And I think we're well on our way. Prior to me coming to the Revelstoke, this department did not have proper things set up. And one of them was the portal, and the other thing was dealing with how we move forward with Indigenous consultation, which I'm very familiar with because of my work done in Whistler in particular. And I will say that when we got this motion from Councillor Palmer in April, we proceeded to make changes and work through this. We did not do nothing. And we figured out how to fix our broken processes to improve it and improve the relationships. I've worked very closely with Director Braun and Director Block so that we can build relationships along with his worship to try to make a better environment for everyone. So to say that we are not cognizant of this and we're not professional about it is not acceptable to me as a director. We are working very strongly and are very passionate about this. We are also limited by federal and provincial and other pieces, and we want to work with council to solve this. And that is why I brought forward the idea of let's work together to get a proper council procedure and work this out, because to Councillor Ryan's comment, there's a lot of complex issues around this issue. It is not just an easy fix, and we need to all work together. And we want to work together. But in our referral, once we got the list and then we go out, it takes another 2 months for us to go through the referral process, get the comments, get them back, and bring it forward. And yes, we had a few other things on our plate, and we've been working very strongly to bring this back and forward so we can move things forward. But we did have the OCP and short-term rental and a few other things. So my apologies, it wasn't as timely as Councillor Palmer would like it. But we are really working very, very hard in this department. And to allude that we did nothing is really something I have to stand up for, because we have done our very best with this and provided a solution so we can all work together, knowing full well that we have applications that need to be worked forward. And without going forward with the minor OCP amendment, that is going to cause great impact to our affordable housing project and other projects that we need. So I just have to say that, because we have not done nothing. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Ms. Brown.
To your worship, yes. Sorry, I'm not sure it's completely relevant to the conversation at hand, but I want to emphasize that since council did discuss the recognition of the SNIACs back in April, we have worked fairly hard to identify how we could do more meaningful engagement to support Mayor and Council in G2G discussions, to support other city departments in their legislative requirements, and to build capacity again with our community partners, including the Indigenous Friendship Society. So to that end, we've actually done something fairly innovative and created a position to help lead that conversation. It's early days, and I'm looking forward to, again, sharing information with Council in November about what we're doing and how that role is taking shape. But key to the role are a couple of points. One would be that it would support city departments to develop consistent protocol for our First Nations engagement, communications and partnership agreements, including government-to-government agreements, staff exchanges, mentoring and reconciliation initiatives. And the other part of that is building capacity, providing education and training to councillors, to senior staff, and to ensure that we have a consistent, inclusive protocol going forward. So I think that speaks to the larger issue of trying to build those better relationships and what we've done in the interim to move towards that, quite a separate from the legislative requirements that Marianne is grappling with.
Thank you for that comment. Any further comments from councillors regarding the motion on the table?
So, Your Worship, and I'll make a statement, because I think there was statements that I made that were not true. I never did say anybody did nothing. I'm well aware of what's in the report and what's been done. I'm not pointing fingers at any individual, but I'm saying collectively, both staff and council, that we understood that there was a court case in April that affected the Sinites people who traditionally lived, worked, played in Revelstoke within our municipal boundary, documented. That was identified in April. And we can say that we've done lots of things, and yes, we've done lots of things, and in the end, we have excluded them from our referral process. We dropped the ball. Didn't say we did nothing. Thank you. Mayor Sulz.
I feel like there's a lot of everybody wants to do the right thing, which is obviously to include them in the consultation process. Like that's I don't know, that just seems like the most obvious. But it also seems like there's political implications, legal implications, and community implications that we personally, I don't know all of those. And I don't know that you know all of them or anybody around this table, because that's part of the problem is like we're coming from a place that we don't have all that awareness or education or understanding of what those implications are. So I'm wondering if it makes sense, but we also have civic duty to the community and to the staff who's doing all of the work that they can given their capacity constraints to get all these deliverables forward. And it's not as if, you know, when we were elected at the beginning of the year, we said, you know, our number one priority is engagement. It's not as if we made that our first priority, right? Like, we have to take some responsibility for this, in my opinion. So would it make sense to, at least with the application that's in front of us right now, to proceed with it and put on another motion that acknowledges that our intention is to engage with the SNIACs people, and we would like to see what that looks like, what that process looks like. So that we are, like Councillor Schlett was saying, we are improving as we go forward, because we're just as, the more we know, the more we do, and we're just learning.
Okay, so I have Councillor Marks, go ahead and make your statement before I go.
So this is definitely a complicated issue, and as Councillor Ryan pointed out, I think we all agree that consultation with the Sinaiaks is important, and it's something that we want the city of Revelstoke to be engaging in. However, to the best of my knowledge, the city of Revelstoke as an entity does not have any relationship with the Sinaiaks. And putting projects on hold pending consultation does not seem like a good way to start a relationship. That just seems like we're going to be pressuring this group. It just doesn't seem like the right way to start. Is say like, hi, nice to meet you. We have this complicated history, and we really want you to sign off on these things because that's important to us. That doesn't seem like the way to start a relationship. And personally, I sit at this table and I try to think about what's best for Revelstoke. And so I think in the long term, consultation with the Sinaiaks is very much in our best interest. In the short term, I think going ahead with these projects and putting, as has been recommended, this motion to engage with the Sinaiaks for the major OCP update. That is going to be the major thing that's going to shape our community. That is of more interest than a small subdivision next to the hospital. Probably, I'm throwing it out there. It is an assumption, which is never good. But realistically, the only concern would be with historical archaeological objects, and already the department's working on having a bylaw. I think it would be a bylaw. Procedure.
It's pretty complicated.
Yeah, it's something we should already have. So I am in support of the motions D and E. I think it's unfortunate that we did not include the Sinaiaks in this consultation, but I don't think that holding these up is in any way going to help us or them. That's my feeling. And personally, I would have preferred to do the motion to consult with them before proceeding with the others, but that's really minor.
Okay, Councilor.
So what is our history of reaching out to the Sinaiaks? Have you had a conversation with them?
No.
Ms. Braun, is she, sorry.
Ms. Braun?
Through your worship, yes, once we brought this new role into our CD department, it's hard to make those connections because of course the Confederate, the tribe is located south of the border. But having said that, there are representatives and regular people that speak for the Sinaiaks that have been in the communities. So for instance, when the Sinaiaks representative was in town a few months ago for Luna as part of the Indigenous collaboration and artwork that was presented, our new Indigenous liaison role and I met her over brunch, took her out for brunch and got to know her and shared information about what we were trying to do better engagement, to reach out, to learn more. And it's a conversation. It's not ticking a box. It's a relationship that has to be built one piece at a time. And I'm really excited by the progress we're making towards that. And again, looking forward to sharing that with you in November.
Yes, I was just leading to say maybe it's just time for a conversation. I put a recommendation that, as a motion, that reach out to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the motion on the table is to put forward 1160 Newlands Road, basically deal with that. And then we can move on to E. I'm all for reaching out, that sort of thing. For most of you know that I've been reaching out and having relationships with several of the bands that are local that we can actually see. And with all due respect to the Sinaiaks people, the ability to not be able to engage because we didn't know who to engage with, at least in my mind. And now that that's coming to light as to who to engage with, as we're hearing from Ms. Braun, things are a little different. So I'm all for that. But I want to go back as chair, I need to go back to the motion on the table. Is there any other comments on the motion that's on the table? Seeing none, I'll call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Note that Councillor Palmer is opposed. All other councillors are in favor. Now, I want to move on to item E. And so as we talked a little bit about it, we talked a lot about it, this is OCP First Nations consultation update citywide and Thomas Brook with the city of Revelstoke. So my question is, and I'm going to go to you, Mr. Thackeray, before we go on, is can we defer this back to staff for a set period of time, a very short period of time, and ask the staff to reach out and engage with the Sinites before we put this on the table, or is there another process that you would recommend for us?
If I may, through the chair, I think one of your options is to delay the public hearing on the 9th, I believe is November. Refer this back to staff with the intent to consult with the CIX, come back to committee of the whole November, have a council meeting right after to rise a report, and then council can render a decision. That's one path forward. The other path and alternative is just to adopt this as is and still direct staff to go back and seek and consult with the Synonyx, just to start to build a relationship. So those are two options for you. And again, I'm doing this all according to the standard process for the public hearing. Set a new date for the public hearing, of course. And I think that those options are certainly viable options for you. If council chooses to delay and postpone and refer this item back to staff, which is in order, should you wish, I would recommend they come forward at the committee of the whole in November, which I believe is the 16th. And then staff would have some time to put some things in motion in regard whether you pass 11E or not. That will allow us to do some things. I think there's a bigger issue how you wish to engage any First Nations on all these things, but with particular respect, and where I don't know, and certainly we're talking with Mr. Lidstone, we can at least extend an invitation and start talking with this group. And going beyond that, then I think council wishes to establish some more terms of reference on how you wish to engage. That would be a further conversation.
Okay, good. So I'm going to go around the table. Is there any of you that want to put the motion on the table and get a seconder as the motion sits down and move this forward? And then we put another motion on to include the Sinites and a deeper dive in everything that we move forward.
Your Worship, I would like to put a motion that Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaws 2297 and 2298 be deferred until such time that Section 475 of the Local Government Act that the Council has identified all appropriate peoples to engage, including but not limited to the Sinites. If there's a second, then that's a delay motion.
Okay, so is there anyone that wants to second that motion on behalf of the council?
Second.
Okay.
So I'll speak to the motion then. So to me, further to all our discussion that we've had, that we need to get this right first. Thomas Brook can hold. Let's get this consultation right, because basically these are referral letters that normally go out. It's fairly simple in my mind. The referral process is fairly simple. You take the same referral thing that you do it to everybody else, make sure there's an appropriate time for a response. It's a letter in the mail, and they respond or they don't respond. So it does delay the Thomas Brook OCP amendments, but it gets us back on the right path for meaningful engagement. leading towards reconciliation, correcting on how I believe that we are in breach of Section 475 currently. It gives us an opportunity to fix that and then move on. That's the reason for it.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion, Councillor Shabbat?
One of the concerns that I have is that when we talk about legislative requirements and actual relationships, is that legislative requirements are all about ticking all the boxes, where relationships are about doing the right thing. And usually those overlap, and well-written legislation should help guide in that direction. But we all know that at the end of the day, sometimes the wrong box, or a box needs to be ticked and it just doesn't. And you're like, I wish we could do the right thing here. Because from what I understand, is that the list of First Nations from the government, the senior governments that are helping to guide the legislation going forward, is that they provide a list of all the bands that we are supposed to consult with, and as long as we consult with all of those bands, we have fulfilled our legislative duties. They checked this morning, the Sinaiaks do not have a band listed in that portal as of yet. At least that is how I understand it. Now, one of the question I have is looking at the wording of this, near the end of B, it says that no party or entity has requested further consultation regarding the official community plan amendments. I am wondering, am I understanding that correctly, that that opens a door for further consultation above and beyond the listed bands that we have in this OCP amendment, that there could be further engagement and further referrals should they be requested, that we're not chained to just this list?
Ms. Wade, any comment? And then Ms. Floyd, I'll get back to you in a moment.
Thank you, Worship, through to Councillor Charette. The list that is there, it comes from the portal. Council is able to direct us to add any other Indigenous bands that they would like us to consult with or other stakeholders. So you can go above and beyond this by passing a resolution under 475. Did I answer your question?
Kind of. I'm still trying to understand how we can move forward with an amendment, and because when we're talking about citywide, this is when we're getting into that larger conversation of what is our list of First Nations, so that a developer can come forward and have clear guidelines on how to consult with our First Nations neighbors. So they are not trying to figure out, it's coming from the city and from council, this is who we think you need to consult with. And to have a little bit of flexibility so that as we get to know our Sinaiaks neighbors and we find out which bands would like to be consulted, that we can add to that and build on that list, but that we keep it flexible, that we're not chaining anything in place, because this might very well change in another month. The more I learn and look at how First Nations relationships are building throughout our province and throughout our country, but especially in BC, because there are so many First Nations, and even their communities are learning their ancestral ties to different parts of the province. Now in Revelstoke, I agree. I think Lara Stovall's work on Swift River gives us a ton of background and information. There's so much research that has been done, but we have a lot of work to do yet to build a modern relationship. And I think I'm just looking for how much room there is for that flexibility.
Good.
May I respond? Can I respond, Your Worship?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So on that note, that's exactly what myself and Ms. Braun are talking about, is that if we had a separate resolution to direct us to figure out how we can engage, like who are the contacts that we can engage, considering there's the Confederate, and Ms. Braun can help me out. So if we could have something that would allow us to move forward in the future so we can work through this and come back and work at this with a committee of the whole, that would be terrific, because I really feel we can do that and do that well. We're just, as Ms. Braun has said, we're all working together. She's just created this new position. We're building relationships. We're still in the discovery, building the relationship mode, and we need to understand from our Indigenous nations and bands how they want to be engaged. And that's what we really need to discuss. And we are doing that with the comprehensive OCP. But I just wanted to say that would be ideal. We totally understand that this needs to be done, but if it could be a separate piece of work, that would be really beneficial.
Great. All right. Ms. Floyd, you had your hand up for a while. I'd like to go to you, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. We are just requesting that Councillor Palmer reread his resolution so that we can reflect it correctly in the minutes.
Councillor Palmer, could you read that? Do you have that on paper? Or are we going to kind of be as close as we can?
I was counting on you, Cindy.
Well, so sorry, Councillor Palmer. I can give you what I got out of it, but there's definitely a missing piece in the middle.
Yeah, it's a fair question because that's the problem with motions on the fly, and I recognize that challenge. If I may, Mayor Sulz, just work with Cindy if we can get through it together. I'll start, and then if we can sort of fill in, because I was doing it on the fly. So that official community plan amendment bylaws number 2297 and 2298 be deferred until such time that the City of Revelstoke's Local Government Act, Section 475, responsibilities of consultation. Help me.
Include this tonight.
You said identified all appropriate peoples to engage with, including but not limited to the Sinixt.
Yeah. I think that's now. So in context of the motion, this is the problem with what happened in April 27th. A thing happened, and this is where we need to work together to have clear resolutions. So I'm very appreciative of our corporate officer in getting this correction, because we want to get it right so that we don't hear 6 months later, oh, it wasn't a good enough motion. And so that's why this is important. So the intent behind the motion, which was seconded by Councillor Elliott, is put these bylaws on hold until council establishes, whether it's a policy, but identifies so that it's in the resolution that'll include the Sinites. And we can't say explicitly right now, at least I can't say exactly what that wording is, because we have the Colville Confederated Tribes, of which Shelley Boyd is the Canadian representative for the Sinites people, including in the recent court case, from what I understand. But there is other individuals out there, and there's complexity with that. And that's why the not limiting portion of the resolution. Maybe Cindy could, Ms. Floyd could, our corporate officer could read it out.
Sure, Your Worship. So this is what we have, that official community plan amendment bylaws number 2297 and 2298 be deferred until such time that the City of Revelstoke Local Government Act Section 475 responsibilities of consultation include all appropriate peoples to engage with, including but not limited to the Sinixt.
That sounds good. Now, so Mr. Thacker, you have comment.
I'd like to put some clarity and put some edges on this, because with respect to Councillor Palmer, I don't have an end date, and I think I understand if the intention is for council to put some meat to the bone on how the city would engage with this indigenous group, and so it needs some time. So I think it would be really important for us to put some edges on that, and put it, if it was, whether it's next month or the month after or January, that it comes to committee of the whole with it, and so it doesn't go off into somewhere, because it's one of the things to your comment on. So there was a resolution from April 27th, and that's the correct date, it's not clear what the expectation is. It says, we'll consider these go if they know something. It doesn't mean do something. I think there's a bigger conversation, but just to put some edges on this, I think it would be more appropriate to put a deadline on this. And there's something, there's competing priorities here. But I don't see any barriers, not just to start, start talking and say, hey, we just want to talk to you. So for, I've worked with resolutions.
So for, to get that, so just, so on, for discussion at the next committee of the whole, would that be sufficient?
For discussion at the next
city of whole.
Committee of the whole in November, would that be sufficient?
As far as the wording of the motion.
I guess what is council's intention? Is it to make a decision and on how to engage this group, or is it to discuss further the edges?
So through the chair, my answer to that is, and Councillor Charlotte was talking about the relationship and the legislative stuff. I'm talking specifically the legislative here. It is because it's just a fix of who we consult with the paperwork stuff. The whole relationship thing, that's all. Yes, more important, arguably more important. This is a step towards that, is to make sure we do that. So this is just to get this motion in the report, so that we can just say that the council has considered all persons, organizations, blah, 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 making sure that that list is complete. As to the best of our knowledge, which is specifically just addressing the Sinaics people at this point. It may be two entities. There's possibly two entities for the Sinaics. Again, that's a question for.
Okay. So I'll get to you in a moment, Councillor Elliott. So just for clarification from the chair's perspective, are we talking about in clarity when you talk about two entities? I'm thinking two entities that represent the Sinaics nation, not two human beings that are representing themselves who are members of the nation.
Correct. And so Mayor Sulz, what I know factually at this point is that the Colville Federation, Confederated Tribes, there's actually a longer name, of which Shelley Boyd is the Canadian representative for the interests of the Sinaics people in Canada. I'm pretty sure I have that fairly accurate. And so, in the court case, where the Aboriginal rights, not title, Aboriginal rights of the Sinaics people was established in the court case. So they were the ones that were establishing that. There's an autonomous group. I don't know their standing or their status, but and so that's some research that needs to be done.
Okay. Mr. Zachary and then Councillor.
If I may, could I recommend that be form part of your motion, that we're really specific about those two, that we go out and seek these two entities, and then I think we're both dealing with the 475 legislative part, which says go and do something, but then there's the bigger part, which is starting to open up a dialogue with these important Indigenous groups, and I don't want to diminish one versus the other. I think they're two separate issues.
Yeah, okay, fine with that.
Okay. That clear to you, Ms. Floyd, regarding that?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship.
All right, so Councillor Elliott.
So how do we get immediacy to this? How do we say consult with the Sinaics?
We just did.
Yeah, so is that a motion that's going to go to the Committee of Whole next month?
That's a motion that's going to Committee of the Whole in the meantime.
And then it comes back to council afterwards. So we're talking a month or at least down the road.
Councillor Elliott, can I speak?
Please, yes.
Okay, so my understanding is in the meantime, between now and we get to a month down the road, that our staff are going to go out and consult with the Sinaics. Is that not your intention, Councillor Palmer?
That's what I asked you. Can we just contact them right away?
Okay, I'm asking what the motion's on the table, I'm asking.
Well, so Mayor Sulz, that gets into the heart of the matter. Councillor Sirlett was talking about the real stuff. And one of the problems that we've had in the history of Canada is assumptions of what's right, what's better for somebody else. And it's quite offensive, actually, and there's a certain elements that we're doing of that right now. And so, that idea of what we're doing, but I'm hearing from staff that there is some relationships, I don't know exactly, that's already established. And that's the hard stuff that's really, really important. So yes, by all means. And Ms. Boyd, she reached out to me, like there was a person of mutual acquaintance, but she said, Tim, it'd be nice to have a phone call. So I had a phone call with her on, it's just a phone call away, but and just saying, yeah, I'm concerned. And, some of these ideas are coming from her anyway. So that's a relationship. And I'd be happy to say, either through my contact or now I feel a certain amount of freedom to pick up the phone or send an email and say, maybe you'd like to talk to the mayor. Maybe I already have, I don't know.
I have not, but I would love to.
Yeah.
And I think that would be great. And that goes back to what Councillor Elliott's trying to get at. Can't we have a phone call and get this moving on? Now, with all due respect, I want to go to Mr. Thackeray because you had your hand up before I started going in. And so is there anything else? Is there anything else that would delay one of us? So Councillor Palmer reaching out to his contact or Ms. Braun reaching out to Ms. Boyd, where that we can start this consultation process with the Science, or at least start that conversation with them. And prior to our meeting in November. So I'm asking that, staff, I'm asking that of you. Can you weigh in? Can you give me some input on that? Am I doing the right process by asking you to reach out to them so that we can have that conversation and actually start this process so that we can build that relationship with these folks, get them involved in what's going on in our community, at least understand from their perspective how they want to engage with us? Can we start that process? Because I don't want to delay anything around this council table, but also if these people have already reached out to our council, then we need to further respect and show that we're moving forward quickly and engaging with this people so that we can build that relationship and move forward. So I'll shut up and I'll ask for you to weigh in.
May I just speak?
Sure. Yeah, Ms. Cron's going to speak.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the hard stuff, I think that's clear. We can get going on that. The motion on the table is just the legislative piece. And so, as far as doing this motion that needs to be done, at least that's the practice right now, that needs to be done at a duly constituted council meeting. We just need to get that wording done. So hopefully there's a recommendation from the committee of the whole to council to get it done. And that can get accelerated because I appreciate Councillor Elliott's frustration. Yeah. But what's the motion on the table is to get this piece fixed so that we can have that legislative piece. That's the formal, they sent a letter or whatever, an email saying, do you have any concerns about this development thing? And so that's all I'm correcting. All the motions is correcting.
Good.
Mr. Taylor, if I may, I would just like to be specific and get those two groups nailed down, and so we know what we're doing, and then come back on November 16th, and then council can have a discussion, and then they can rise and report, make a decision on the 16th council.
So my hesitation, if I may through the chair, my hesitation is one, the actual legal names, if we're getting precise, very precise. I know that the Colville Confederated Tribes, which I don't think is their legal entity name, is definitely the prominent group from my understanding. And I don't know if there is any others that actually have legal standing as such.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Mr. Thackeray, then I'm going to go to Ms. Bruns. Mr. Thackeray.
Structure that council will provide staff within the week of those contacts, and we will kick that off.
Or Ms. Braun, do you already have the contact?
To your worship, I think the appropriate step would be to direct staff to reach out to representatives of the SNIACS people and bring the information back to council and report on some options for next steps for effective engagement, both in terms of the relationship building and the legislative requirements. Because I have heard and I agree that building a relationship needs to be not separate from the legislative boxes that you're ticking, but they shouldn't be conflated, because it's not a good practice to begin negotiations and relationship building with, we need to get this done, so can you please weigh in on this? So I think I would request respectfully that staff be directed to engage with the representatives of SNIACS and leave it at that, and allow us to do our job and do our research and continue on the relationship building to tease out the best way forward that will ensure council's interests and the community's interests are best served.
And so we've set a timeline of November. Is that, we've got that motion on the table? Are you going to be able to work within those constraints?
My intention was to bring forward on the Committee of the Whole in November a report on the role itself, its functions, and the progress we've made so far, and to have a fulsome discussion about, what that role can look like. It's a new role for a municipality, and we need a bit more time to do some research into best practices. But in terms of engagement now, with the key representatives of First Nations in our region, I think it should be sufficient to those ends. Did that make any sense?
It doesn't sound like, with all due respect, that my question's been answered, except that it has been answered. So I'm going to go to Councillor Burks-Hill and then back to Councillor Palmer, and then we're going to try and move this forward.
So I'm going to vote against the current motion on the table because, as Ms. Braun said, I don't think the way to build relationships is to start with, we've got a box that we want you to check. I disagree with that. I am in support of item E of that motion. Continuing on with that, making a separate motion under 475 of the LGA for staff to consult with the SNIACS at all on future OCP amendments, and perhaps a separate motion for staff to prioritize relationship building with the SNIACS people.
Okay. All right, Councillor Palmer, I was going to go to you next.
So the motion's on the table, and further to the CAO's comments, I think we'll leave it the SNIACS people, including buttons, because I think the intent is clear. Further to Councillor Brooks-Hill, this isn't a box to tick. This is an inclusion of a group of people that are excluded. It is a tiny step towards reconciliation. So by continuing to omit the cynics people, it would seem to me to be very offensive. Can't speak for them, but it would seem to me that on the exclusion, and that's what we would be doing if we pass the motion as recommended. So I would urge you to support the deferral so that we can get that legislative piece corrected. We don't know what this, if there, once the referral goes out to the cynics people, we don't know what they're going to say. They might not check the box. They might say, actually, we have a vested interest in this. And we don't know, but it's inviting them to, on that specific thing, to now make comments of concern they have. We're not asking them to tick a box. In fact, if any of this is about ticking boxes, asking First Nations people to, that's very colonial. Yeah.
So, any other, Councillor Schiller?
We live in a colonial system. And it's interesting to be sitting at the decision-making table talking about how we include all members of our community and all of our First Nations neighbors. I think it's really a complex journey. And while we've talked quite a bit tonight about what that means, both legislatively and relationship, I think we're having a difference of opinion of how it's going to land. And one thing I just want to say is that I really take offense to this interpretation that they are being excluded, because I do not see any wording in this motion that excludes anyone. It distinctly includes quite a few nations, and it has included more First Nation bands than it has in the past. We have expanded that list, showing our intent to engage and consult on a regular basis in a transparent way, as clearly and openly as we can. It does not say that the Sinixt is not included. It actually says clearly that there is room for other parties to engage in every one of these OCP amendments and every one of these changes. To use those words is, you have to be careful with what words you use because they have connotations to them. And when we use words like misstep and mistake and exclusion, when they're not in they're not in this motion, that's drifting down that route of virtue signaling rather than actually getting some work done. I think that I agree with Councillor Brooks Hill. I will be voting against this motion. I am in favor of it going forward as is and working to build relationships without legislative pressure on that opening of a relationship. Having the conversations with the First Nations has been eye-opening, but it's also eye-opening in how far we have to go to build respectful relationships in a way that we can transcend this colonial legislative restrictions that we're under. We have to move beyond that. That's why I'm so passionate about bringing that heart side of the relationship into these legislative discussions. And I'm grateful that it was already in the works, that we can have this discussion in November. And I think the faster we move forward on it, we can set this into policy before the end of our term. So that if the next council is not so open to First Nations relationships, they will be obligated to move forward on the path that we are talking about here, because I think this council is very open to having healthy relationships. But I also want to see that affordable housing go forward. And we have work that we have been doing that I would like to see progress and not, again, fall victim to this striving for perfection.
Okay. So, any other comments from councillors? Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Charlotte and Councillor Brooks Hill. I think there's so many complexities and legalities and just more information that we need to take in. And I think we are acknowledging, I mean, the good news is that everybody wants the same thing, which is to include the Sinixt. We just want to make sure we're doing it in the right way. And we don't want, as Councillor Brooks Hill pointed out, for the relationship to start on, hey, and by the way, we have this application, if you could just review it, that'd be great. You know, everybody around this table has already acknowledged that this is going to be a priority. So I'd love to see this current motion. I won't be voting in favor of it, but the following one as it was laid out in the proposal, I would support that. And then I would also support, as Councillor Brooke Hill had mentioned, prioritizing that we direct staff to come up with a report for how they'd like to engage with the correct people, what the protocols will be, and also that we're prioritizing it. Because as you mentioned, there's a lot of information that we just weren't aware of. And so now we're going to learn and do better.
Right. And so when we know better, we do better.
That's it.
And so I spoke to staff at length yesterday afternoon in regards to this as well, and I feel the same way. They felt they had reached out as best they could, and that may not be the consensus for some people, but it definitely was something that I felt they had done well with. And so, as Mr. Arnold knows, I've been very instrumental in making relationships with our Indigenous partners in person. And as recently, I told you, as recently as last week, in moving things forward. So I'm in agreement with my fellow councillors. I will not support this. I will move this forward, but I will make sure that we have a motion. We deal with 475 and that we get the Ceremonies involved in everything as we move forward. I agree saying to them at this point, check this box or whatever is not right, but building a relationship with them is very important, and I think we need to move this. And I'm looking at my big computer because I'm looking at the staff who are nodding and are understanding what I spoke to yesterday in person, but also in definitely saying to the community now, I understand where people are, and I appreciate so much those who have weighed into our community and in this endeavor. And I thanks to Councillor Palmer for his passion and for his way of dealing with this. So I'm now going to ask the question. So the motion on the table is to defer. All those in favor? Note Councillor Palmer. Opposed? Note all the ballots of council. So now I'm going to go back to the motion on the table, item E1. Does someone want to put that motion on the table for me, please? Councillor Brooks Hill.
Could we do the motion? I think you might have a motion from staff regarding 475. Could we do that one first?
Is that okay procedure, or because we just voted the other one down, Ms. Floyd, do we need to vote on this one first before we do 475?
Sorry, I will defer to Miss Wade on that one. She's nodding her head.
Yeah, Wade, yeah, I know you're, but yes. I know you're nodding, but I don't know which way what you're telling us.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, I would vote on the motions before you and then follow that up with the 475 one for staff to do the work that we outlined, which is to consult with the science and do work together to find a process, and we can bring that back to council.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Councillor Bergso? Okay, you want to do the first motion then?
Yeah, that pursuant to section 477(3), is that the right one?
That's
of the Local Government Act, official community plan amendment bylaw number 2297 and number 2298 are consistent with the City of Revelstoke financial plan and solid waste management plan.
Okay, seconder for the motion, please. Councillor Charlotte. Any discussion on this motion? Councillor Palmer.
So we're talking 11B, the motion, is that the one?
That's what we're talking about.
E1.
Just one?
Just one.
Yep, we're going to go through E1 and then we'll do 2 and include, and then that'll be it. Okay, so any other discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All those in favor of this motion? Motion's carried. Item E2, does someone want to put that on the table for me, please? Councillor Brooks Hill.
The council has considered what persons, organizations, and authorities may be affected by proposed official community plan amendment bylaw number 2297 and number 2298 pursuant to section 475 to 476 of the Local Government Act and determined as in the package.
Seconder for the motion, please. Councillor Charlotte. Any discussion on this motion further to what we've already discussed? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. Speaking to this motion, I will be opposed to it. 6 months ago, we had a similar motion on the table. It was deferred and pending further consideration by staff. The reason that motion was done, and I believe it was unanimous, because there had been a recent court case that identified, this is to this motion, Councillor. At that time, there had been a recent court case that identified another people group has Aboriginal right in their traditional territory, which includes Revelstoke. And that was the purpose behind that deferral. Here we are 6 months later with a very similar motion, and it's still absent. And so Mayor and Council. This motion says the Council has considered what persons, organizations, and authorities may be affected and determined a number of bans. There's a whole list of them, far more than just the 4. And the Agricultural Land Commission, the school district, those are the ones that we determine are appropriate. So, with all due respect, with the opinions of the council here, I don't think this is true. I think the discussion that we've had today includes the Ceremonies people. So I will be opposed to the motion. Thank you, Mayor Sulz.
Is this where we could amend and say, add Ceremonies to the list?
Ms. Wade.
Hello?
Councillor Elliott had asked the question, is this where we can make an amendment and add the Ceremonies people to this motion? Can you weigh in on that, please?
At this point, we would look at doing a separate motion that talks about moving forward for the future OCP review and amendments, and that we would work and council would direct us under 475 to work with this work with the Senex to come forward with a consultation process, and we bring that back to council. So it's a separate motion.
So as it's stated, it paints a picture where we're saying it's complete. It's not complete. Ceremonies is that group that's missed. So how do we move forward?
She just stated.
Yeah, so we have to say, okay, so we can't approve this motion, which amended.
Mr. Zachary, comments, please, regarding policy.
So council is free through the chair to do as it wishes. However, it may end up causing more problems. So with this second motion, it's entirely your discretion whether you wish to do that. I'm not sure I would recommend doing that under the circumstances, because I'm not sure the two issues are the same. The issues of building a relationship to what Councillor Palmer and Councillor Sherlock said are vitally important, but I think those are things that take some time, and my experience, it takes a long time to build a relationship with a First Nation. And so if council feels that they don't want to rush this, which I would say is a wise strategy, and I think there's some issues that we bring forward on how to build that relationship between the communities and the people. I would recommend council take its time and be intentional and purposeful. This is what it is, and so I think everybody's right on this one. But I can't change the past 6 months that happened 6 months ago. So.
Okay, I see. Councillor,
Under the heading, others consulted are the following persons, blah, 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 all the list that goes on, but it doesn't include the Senex. So do we need to say, okay, we've consulted those people and those are our limited group, and we can come up with another motion a separate motion saying in future motions going forward, we would have the Senex added to the group. And
that's what we were going to do.
Yeah, but we need to get through this motion right now.
That's correct. All right.
But it's not written the way we need to tweak it a bit to make it right.
Well, we're going to make that second motion dealing with section 475 and include the Senex in there.
If I may, council, I believe you will achieve your intended, from what I understand of your intentions, you will achieve those by reaching out to the Senex. And I think that's your intent, and I think that's worthwhile.
Okay. All right, any further discussion on the motion on the table? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Note Councillor Palmer is opposed. Balance of council in favor. Now, I'm going to ask someone to make that motion. Councillor Charlotte. So the motion that we're doing, Ms. Wade, is under section 475. We're directing staff to include the Soniates from here on in consultation. Is that the proper wording, Ms. Floyd, or is there something else that we should be doing?
Through your worship, Ms. Wade has a draft resolution that I could read out for you. She is suggesting that as part of the future official community plan comprehensive review and any future official community plan amendment applications, Council considers the Sinex First Nations group as an affected stakeholder in accordance with section 475 of the Local Government Act, and that staff be directed to identify a process on how they may be included in consultation activities for future official community plan review and new amendment applications.
Okay. So are you okay with that?
Yep.
Second for the motion. Councillor Ryan, any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, staff. We are at item F. Council, do you want to take a 2-minute break? Okay. So just know that the camera's going to stay on. The microphone's going to stay on so people know that, that we haven't gone in camera, and we can take that break for washing.
And so, I hate this goes. Yeah, this goes. I think intention. This is actually intention. Because I stop. He's trying to.
No, I think it's.
He's trying to do the right thing. Mindful of I think the way forward, I've worked with councils and just receiving. I think establishing, reaching out to. Let's imagine. Yeah, it's solution seeking. So, put some stuff together. So, hey, this is how we're going to do this. Is the kind of thing that we're going to talk about. And no surprises as well.
Oh, yeah, I get that.
But I think that's part of this.
Yeah, I just think that we just need a bylaw, put the bylaw.
Yeah.
No. I have to read that, right?
Well, it's process. Yeah. There's more to it.
Yeah, there is more, but I just think we could have just said, recognizing that the list is not complete this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we said we should have, we passed the bylaw.
The issues,
Huh?
yeah, the legal implications of every word is.
Yeah, was it the request was?
Yeah, Mr. Morris.
The story of us.
It looked like it. I was just trying to eat them, that's all. I'm hungry. Well, I was gonna stop for a snack on the way, but then we had a tech issue at the store. I'm still down. Yeah, it's gonna be a late night. I couldn't miss the meeting because I knew I have to be at the meeting. I really want to be part of this conversation, but we had to close the store early, we couldn't function. There's not much I could have done. Yeah, when it works great, but when it doesn't, it's your foundation. You need the backup plan. Well, one of the most meaningful workshops I went to right after I bought my business, and I repeat it regularly, was talking about point of sale technology. And one of the things he said really stuck with me, where it's it doesn't matter what the technology can do. Because there's technology that'll go down any rabbit hole you want. And you can waste a lot of time on it. At the end of the day, what are you trying to accomplish? And stay focused on that. Because then no matter what happens with the tech, you get your goal accomplished. You still have your relationship. And yes, the technology can facilitate that. And if it doesn't work, it sucks. But at the end of the day, there's still things you can do to foster that relationship and move your organization forward. If you stay focused on that journey, not the technology. Yeah. It's don't worry about it. You have your people. I've got people that are going to help me out with this. In the meantime, what's that relationship?
Okay, I'm just waiting for Councilor Brooks Hill.
So, yeah, motion that we just passed, so that's fine. Or that's accomplishes the same thing. It seems to me. There is a little missing on the list, so I was going to ask this. Just for 2 seconds.
Gar. My point of sale crash this out. Yeah, good times. Right before council.
Just crash?
It's a hiccup. We'll be fine. We can fix it.
How do you process payments?
Separate from my point of sale. And I kept it that way for a good reason. I can go to paper and still process debit. I don't need my point of sale to work.
Nice.
Power goes out. The phone lines go down. Our internet, there's always, I love having that backup that I'm not cash only.
Yeah.
I can still do credit and debit.
Nice.
It's just frustrating when it happens right before a council meeting. I should stay and take care of my business. I'm no, I have a commitment to this. I want to be at the meeting. I know there's going to be some big discussions. So here I am. That's why it's such, what is it, Chinese curse to live in interesting times, right? I love them. Why get to be at the table? Tea.
So I think it's damn afternoon, Mike.
Mike's not on, but
Can't win them all. Can't have both halves today.
OCP was done. Circulated to all presentations.
That's what we're still doing. All right, council staff, I'd like to resume. Thank you for a couple-minute break. Item 11F, we're dealing with engineering, Woodenhead Park washroom project. So, Mr. Black, do you want to make any comments or presentation prior to restarting? And councilors, I'm going to ask you if you could close those doors, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have no presentation for this evening's reports. However, I'm available for any questions that might arise.
Thanks, Steve. It's like you knew we'd have a long council meeting.
All right, so someone want to put this motion on the table, item number 1, Councilor Ryan.
That council adopt a policy to not enforce the development permit related to non-conforming Woodenhead Park for the city's public washrooms in accordance with S4884 of the Local Government Act.
Seconder for the motion, Councilor Charlotte. Any discussion on the motion? Councilor Palmer and Councilor Elliott. Councilor Elliott.
Thanks, Tim. Just curious, how elaborate a building is this we're putting in the park? Is it just 2 bathrooms? Or?
Through Your Worship to Councilor Elliott, the washroom is a 3-stall female and 2-stall male with the urinals and wash basin facilities and associated baby changing facilities in both washrooms. It is to replace the porta potties that have been in place for the last 2 years due to the COVID pandemic.
Thank you. Sure. We had 2 bids, close to $500,000 and another one's close to $400,000. It seems pretty rich in terms of bathroom facilities.
Through Your Worship, if I may, we are in a very difficult time as far as supply chain issues. As most of you are aware, there's over 50 container vessels offshore of Long Beach right now in Los Angeles. Numerous ships are also offshore here. The container prices have gone from about $2,000 per 20-foot unit to almost $20,000. So we are seeing a very large increases in commodity prices, and we're also seeing a huge amount of land development effort in this community. Our contracting companies here in town are oversubscribed, and generally the home builders are not even taking work for next year. So they're looking at 2023 as when you could start a new home in this community. So I am, yes, disappointed that we only got 2 tenders. However, I am pleased that we did get 2 tenders. And we do have a budget price that is very close to what staff had estimated as far as building this facility. And therefore, we feel comfortable that even in these tough conditions that we are getting value for our dollar. And please also be aware that funding for this source is not from general taxation. We can thank Ms. Braun and her group for all of their efforts in finding cash for us. And so this is money that comes from the province. And that was a long-winded answer too. It was it's very extensive.
Council Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. I'm retired. I'm trying not to belabor stuff too much. So is this in the financial plan? And I'm not sure if you'll know that, Mr. Black.
It is in the financial plan.
It's
in our capital program. It was identified for budgeting and for this year. Yes.
And what was the dollar figure in the financial plan?
I'm sorry, please repeat that, Councillor.
Oh, sorry. What was the dollar figure in the financial plan?
The dollar figure was 350. So $382,350.
Oh, okay.
And our budget came in at, or the tender came in at $389,180.
Just for the Councillor Elliott's just comments for council. You know, it's one of those difficult ones. The washrooms closed. There was some quirky regulations that shut down the washrooms of the fast food and the gas stations there that precipitated this problem back in the early days of COVID. And so for health reasons, we shut down many publicly available washrooms, and of course everybody can go pee in the park. And so now here we are going to be with the anticipated overruns getting close to $500,000 for a couple washrooms that will be used to a certain extent, but for a large part there was washrooms there all along that, and so it's a tough one, and we're basically, by adopting this, are taking funds that could be very well used elsewhere. And we're doing this repetitively. It's cumulatively being a really big deal. But it's in the financial plan. So I think that's my comments.
Any further comments from council? Seeing none, I'll ask the question.
Oh, I have a question. Are they all year round? I forget, because there were two proposals and I'm not sure which.
Why?
Through your worship to Councillor Rind, yes, this will be a year-round facility. We are considering opportunities here to keep it closed in the evening so that it doesn't turn into a unauthorized hotel in the winter season and the summer season. And so there are some operational constraints that will have to be addressed through the Parks Department. It is going to be a well-used and well sought-after amenity for this facility, as it is a playground for kids, and it is a place where people do take a break and let their dogs out. So staff is of the opinion that this will be well utilized in the future.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Councillor?
Is there any design, like, I mean, is it just cinder block building, or are we talking something more elaborate? Because the price tag still kills me, actually. Like water.
Through your worship to Councillor Elliott, it is a slump block facility, and so it will be low maintenance from the city's operational perspective, and it is not a gold-plated facility. So it is bare, it is expensive, and it is very similar to the washroom in Kovach Park.
All right, thank you. Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Item number 2, someone want to put that on for me, please? Councillor Charlotte.
The Big Ben Isle construction be awarded the City of Revelstoke Woodenhead Park washroom project in the amount of $389,180 plus GST, and that the Mayor and Chief Administrative Officer be authorized to sign on behalf of the city.
Second for the motion, please, Councillor Ryan. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Palmer.
So just further to what I said with the last motion, so now we're up over $1 million. It's not going to be used for a new ice arena, but probably could have. And I guess I wonder, No, I guess the questions that was in the financial plan probably answers yes.
Same project.
Okay.
The same project.
This is the same project?
Number 2 of the same one.
Oh, I'm jumping ahead, sorry. I'm only story.
Yeah, no, we're just finishing.
Great. Any further questions on Woodenhead Park question? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion's carried. Okay, moving on to item G. Someone want to put that on? Councillor Gillette.
The Big Van Isle construction be awarded the City of Revelstoke Williamson Lake shower building replacement in the amount of $586,180 plus GST, and that the Mayor and Chief Administrative Officer be authorized to sign on behalf of the city.
Seconder for that motion, please. Councillor Brooks Hill. Discussion on this motion. Councillor Palmer.
Let me repeat it. I'm getting tired of myself.
We know.
So, yeah, so my point is, you know, we're going to be going into tough financial times. I think we're anticipating them worldwide, and, you know, we may regret these decisions. But again, I'm assuming this is in the financial plan.
Correct, sir.
If it wasn't, I'd be voting against it. So, yeah, $1 million not towards our real legacy projects. The other question, maybe, I don't know if the Director of Recreation, but is there a long-term plan for Williamson Lake? Like it says, have we actually thought about the placing? Like, I'm not, is it going in the exact same location of the existing ones?
Yes.
Yeah.
Through your worship, yes, that is the case, and I don't believe that Director Donato's on the call today. It is going in the same location, so we'll be demoing the existing facility and replacing it with this new facility. And yes, there is a master plan that has been put together for Williamson Lake, which includes a redressing of the entry kiosk, creating some open air kitchen space and some vendor opportunities for the summer months. That plan will, I believe, come forward with the new Parks and Rec master plan. But our scope for this work is only the R&R of the existing shower room, which is, I believe, on the order of 40 to 50 years old. And so it is definitely dated and needs to be replaced.
Yeah, so, Mayor, yeah, it's definitely, or to council, yeah, it's definitely dated, but it works very, very well. It's actually very functional. And I just sort of wonder on our fiscal responsibility, I don't know if Councillor Elliott would echo that, but those are just some of the concerns, and then how we do planning in the future, because, you know, I sort of wonder, you know, if we got this master plan, is that design of that other commercial aspects, is it already done? Probably not, I'm guessing.
It is a concept plan that was completed, I believe, in the early 2000s, maybe the early 2010s. And so it has been around for a while, and yes, it does address the long-term growth and opportunities in the campground area.
Ms. McCabe, you have your hand up. You want to weigh in?
Thanks, Your Worship. I just want to comment about the funding for this. Both this project and the previous one are both grant funded, and the grants are specific to these projects. So unfortunately, not doing these projects would not free up that money for other projects that the city would like to do, unfortunately. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on the motion on the table? Seeing none, we'll ask the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to Gritty Creek. Someone want to put that motion on the table? Councillor Shabbat.
The Film Tech Corporation be awarded $622,340 US plus GST for replacing the filter media and miscellaneous materials at the City of Revelstoke Water Treatment Plant, and that the Mayor and Chief Administrative Officer be authorized to sign on behalf of the city.
Seconder for the motion, please. Councillor Elliott. Discussion on this motion. Councillor Burkill.
How do you manage to make them last 14 years?
Very gently. Mr. Black.
Through your worship to Councillor Brooks Hill, we are blessed in this community to have Greeley Creek as our watershed and supply for the city. Even in freshet conditions, the water remains generally very, very high quality and low turbidity, which is the dissolved particles and junk that's in the water in freshet that does plug up our filter media. So we hope that we will continue along this same trend of having long life of our filter media, and obviously that helps reduce the cost for operating the system. When I arrived here 2 years ago, we were just talking about this replacement every year, and it finally happened. And so we knew it was coming. If we can get 75% more life out of each filter replacement, we'll be in good shape for the long term with this operation, and making sure that we have water that we don't ever have to worry about.
Awesome, great. Any further comments on the motion? Saying none, all in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on to Safe Restart Fund. Someone will put that motion on the table, please. Councillor Charlotte.
That the Safe Restart Community Grants Policy F18 be approved.
Now, there's one just before it.
Oh, shoot. Sorry. That an additional $385,000 of the Safe Restart Fund be used in 2021 to cover additional operational costs incurred because of COVID-19.
Okay, seconder for that motion, please. Councillor Brooks Hill, discussion on the motion. Any comments, Ms. McKay?
None specifically, Your Worship, just here to answer questions if council has any. I've also got.
Yeah, I got lots. Okay, so the flex firefighter, can we talk about that? Is that directly related to COVID and I just forgot? What's that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and what's the justification? Just like we needed more because there were more fires?
Through Your Worship, that was approved previously by council, and yes, it is related to COVID. Because traditionally if firefighters are sick, because of the number of firefighters there are, they will often still come into work, but with COVID, of course, they can't. And so we have had a flex firefighter in place now since 2020 to help cover for when firefighters are sick.
What?
It's sick.
But not sick because of COVID, just sick.
Any kind of
So
sickness.
is it when COVID is no longer in this world that we all dream of, that this would not be a line item anymore?
Well, I think Chief, do you want to answer? Or just
It's a temporary position. It's not. IAF has given us notice that they intend to issue bargaining. We have to go into bargaining. I can talk about that in closed session.
Okay.
do you want Fire Chief DeRossi to answer your question, or what we have discussed is good enough?
No, that's good. No, I just forgot about that context, so that's helpful.
Okay.
I have but more questions about.
Okay, go ahead.
So the recovery task force, what is that money for? The 106, 120?
Ms. McKay.
Your Worship, I can give you a bit of a high level overview of what the money is for, and then Director Braun is also here to answer some specific questions. Just bear with me for a moment. I flipped through lots of papers. So there's a number of invoices in there to do with the actual running of the recovery task force and the consultants that were used for that. And there's also a number of expenses. Sorry, I'm just looking through my papers. It might be easier actually if Ms. Braun speaks to it.
Ms. Braun, do you want to weigh in regarding the recovery task force costs, please? You're still muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, a lot of the costs that we accessed for recovery related to the recovery task force recommendations, things such as looking at a well-being survey, the well-being campaign, purchase of masks that we shared with businesses and used to raise funds for the food bank, as well as additional upgrades to our space, additional consultant time to support us with recovery planning, and essentially staff time, because we did have a lot of our core staff work focused on recovery efforts rather than on their tasks at hand.
Okay, so all the other items that you mentioned already have their own line items, so I imagine that 106 is pretty much exclusively staff time. Is that right?
Sorry, through your honor, through your worship, yes, I would say about 2/3 of it is staff time. The rest of it is related to other costs that I can provide more information on. But it's a number of small amounts that relate to equipment and additional consultants that we had working with us. Business recovery, we supported a chamber program to do business outreach that was eventually grant funded, but we started the process off with having our chamber resource team reach out to businesses individually. We did a lot of work around Mackenzie Avenue, potential for closures, for supporting patio extensions.
Great. Well, and then the quarantine line item, what's that about?
Through your worship, that is for staff time when staff had to quarantine because of exposures to ensure that the rest of the staff were kept safe.
Okay. I have more questions, but I'll give everybody else a chance.
Sorry, can I just add one more thing? Sorry, Jack, for Councillor. In the recovery task force amount, there's also the TELUS Insights data that was collected for the pandemic to see the impact of it, and that was a good $30,000 of that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks.
Councillor Elliott, you have a question?
Yeah, when we received the money, the $1.7 million, I think the comment that I was, or direction I was hoping to put the money, or trying to encourage the money to be used to amplify recovery. This to me seems like we've covered our expenses and various things, but it doesn't lean to the future. And that's what, if I could encourage it or ask for support, is that's where the money needs to go. How do we move positively into the next number of years rather than just spending it on whatever, a flex firefighter that we don't have any increased number of calls. And I'm saying, wait a second.
Well, unfortunately, these are costs that are directly related to COVID and things that we needed to do. How much money is left in the kitty when we look at it? 385 grand or something like that. So anyway, so Ms. McCabe, you have your hand up. Do you want to weigh in? And then I'm going to go to see if there's an answer for Councillor Elliott, and then go to other councillors.
Yeah, through your worship, for Councillor Elliott, there is a number of expenses, particularly the things that Councillor Braun spoke to with the recovery task force, the Idea Factory tech upgrades that they've been doing, all the wellness surveys and campaigns, the ready masks, all of those expenses that are being proposed to be funded out of the restart funds have all been used to help the community recover and continue on from COVID. And so there is a number of that. There is also some components as well that are related to helping the city with some of the extenuating expenses that have had to be incurred to respond to COVID, IT hardware and software, things like that, the consumables that we've been spending, which has definitely decreased in comparison to what it was in 2020. And so I'm not predicting that is the use of these funds going forward, but definitely it has been this year. And so it's a way of reducing the tax impact of these additional costs on the general population.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a pretty standard answer to that. I wouldn't see it as a big, how do you measure the return from extra masks? Or I don't see there's a value you can say, or quantitative way you can say we've made an investment, we put $1.7 million into something that's going to grow. And you can...
I mean, I can weigh in on masks and look at the number of COVID in the community and say the value is in the numbers. and look at that. That's not about recovery, that's about keeping people safe. Whether we provide the mask or someone else provided the mask, we look at that sort of thing. You can agree or disagree with that, right? And then, so Ms. Braun, you have your hand up and you want to give some input.
Through your worship to Councillor Elliott, yes, with regards to the future recovery, a big part of our ask is the Idea Factory tech upgrades, which will enable us to bring our community partners together, whether it's helping businesses digitally adapt their services or working with our social sector or recreation groups to ensure that they can access GIS information to do future trail planning. So it very much is going to equip our future planning abilities with much more information at hand and allow people to join remotely, for instance.
Any further comments, questions?
I mean, an idea factory or a Fab Lab, how do you quantify that? What's success?
Okay, any comments, Ms. Braun?
I would say that enabling our businesses to digitally adapt their operations will make them more effective, more efficient, and build on their competitive advantages. I think that we're seeing businesses struggling with trying to implement digital adaptations when they are also trying to keep their bricks and mortar open and keep their staffing levels in place. So anything that we can do to help them be more efficient and effective will ensure their ongoing success. Recreation groups, we want to be able to engage with our recreation groups to ensure they contribute to a backcountry recreation land use planning and recreation access. So being able to say pull up LiDAR mapping, pull different representatives from Indigenous First Nations communities and recreation groups into the same room virtually to engage is going to really streamline our engagement process and allow staff to be more efficient in how they bring people together to work on these collective problems.
Comments?
No.
Okay, Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott brings up an interesting point, because it's something that I'm trying to do a better job of in my own life as well, is looking at measurables for these goals that we're setting. Okay. And how do we define something that is so ephemeral and wishy-washy and feel good? I agree, I think digital adoption is one of the big takeaways we're going to get from this pandemic, where we are going to be able to do things on a level because of these digital tools that just weren't possible before. So not just improving, but opening up doors. I see a lot of line items here about technology, so IT hardware, IT software, the Idea Factory upgrades, and I'm hoping that we have a plan behind that for how that will support our community going forward after the pandemic, not just through the COVID restrictions, where we're making smart investments. And I'd be really curious to see from our CAO at a future meeting is looking at how do we define measurable goals around community engagement and digital adoption and supporting our community to operate well, and what does that look like? I don't think we're going to figure it out tonight, but I think having something measurable, to Councillor Elliott's point, would be really valuable for all of us and would help the staff be able to show us where that progress is being made.
So we have Mr. Wilson present here regarding IT. Mr. Wilson, is there any comment you wish to make regarding support in IT and what you've done and had to do to keep us moving and move us into the future?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship, we've come up with a fairly good idea of what we need to get the direction we need to start moving in terms of getting council meetings more into the post-pandemic world, more in terms of what I would call a scenario 3, which is what we're in right now, where some people are in the room, some people are not in the room. And I see the COVID recovery funds playing a large factor in that direction. I would echo what Councillor Charlotte said, and that the post-COVID reality in terms of how we conduct business around here is going to be very different as a result of the pandemic. That would be my primary comment, sir.
Great, thank you, appreciate that. Any further comments?
I think IT development is the future. Everyone's adapting to that. No one's stuck on the way we're doing business. And I don't think more government or more process administered by the municipality is the way to jumpstart an economy. And if you've got $1.7 million, I would find it as best as I can to get that into the economy other than government. And that's my take.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you have your hand up.
Yes, to your worship, to Councillor Elliott, we were given money by the province, and there are specific things that they identified that this money was to be used for. And so it was everything on this list is part of one of those items. One of the things that we haven't talked about, and we will later, is providing funds towards community groups that provide services for vulnerable persons. And so that is the next stage of this, is letting council see what the city needs these funds for internally, so that we can then see what funds are available to be made used for externally.
Councillor Ryan.
Are the IT hardware and software, are those like one-time costs, or I imagine there's some kind of like, you know, ongoing expenses that are forecasted? I guess that's a question for Jeff or Mr. Wilson.
Any comment to Mr. Wilson regarding that?
Your worship, Councillor Rind is quite prescient in that there are two components generally today to IT expenditure, hardware and software. And when we are talking about software, we're usually talking about the cloud, and the cloud is all about subscriptions. That's it's by and large a financial innovation is the cloud. But more specific to her point, these are primarily capital expenditures. The actual ongoing costs of these in terms of a month-to-month cloud basis are much smaller, with one asterisk in that IT equipment's life on this earth is short and full of troubles generally. And in 5 years or so, 5 years, hopefully we get more than 5 years, but it's quite rare. A lot of the stuff that we buy as a result of this is going to need to be replaced because it will be obsolete or breaking down. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. That's great. Thanks. Another question about the alternate funding sources that have been outlined in the report. I guess I'm curious, like, why wouldn't we use EOF, and RMI funding where possible? Like, I understand that these do fall under the uses that are allowed under this funding, but we also don't know how long COVID's going to last, what the future is going to be all like. So it almost feels like we're trying to spend the money quickly, but there's no timelines on the funding, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm just curious, like, why wouldn't we use, like, an example, like Your Worship, you mentioned that some of these are needed for the pandemic, but in all due respect, the TELUS Insights report information was already in our budget to be used through EOF funding well before the COVID pandemic.
Yeah, I didn't say that was being used. I said some of the things are because of the pandemic.
Totally, but some of them aren't. I guess
Ms. Brown, any comments regarding these questions? You're muted.
Your worship, to Councillor Rind. Yes, while TELUS data was built into our budget previously, the last year of the pandemic, we did do additional purchases of TELUS data to be able to map exactly what the impacts were on our tourism economy by the fall off in visitors. So that has been hugely helpful to understanding everything from numbers of people accessing our services to Interior Health has accessed it, RCMP has accessed it. It's ended up being a very useful source of information, but it was just during the pandemic year that we mapped that information as well.
That makes sense. But back to that question about, like, why we wouldn't use EOF and RMI funding and save some of this, which is so broadly, you know, like, we could put it towards so many things. Like, is there any reason for that? I guess it's a more question for Tanya than anybody.
Ms. Brown, any comments?
Through your worship, I think to Councillor Rind, I think with the case of RMI funding, we have a lot of infrastructure projects on the go. We've been really successful at accessing external funding to leverage RMI funding to get these done, such as repaving the Greenbelt, bathrooms at Woodenhead Park, Williamson Lake upgrades, so that if we're able to cover some of the costs, and there's very limited ones that are impacted by RMI funding. One is Resort Shuttle, and the other one is, well, some of the upgrades to the new space. If we can use restart funds for those, it frees us up to be able to apply more funds to some of the cost overruns we're anticipating with regards to Director Black's reports because of the cost of supply chain costs going through the roof.
Any further comments?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where other councillors land on that, but I personally feel like RMI funding, you know, it has kind of like its own agenda, and that's great, but I don't ever feel like we should be dipping into what could be taxpayer dollars to fund for that stuff, even if it means that fewer things get accomplished. But that's just my perspective. So I would be more interested in not including those funds for using restart funds for those initiatives, but I'm curious what other people have to say about that.
Any further comments, Councillor or Mr. Thacker?
Just in my observations, it looks like not functioning as well. I think there's an opportunity to have a strategic discussion about what council wants to get in terms of its yield from its grant funds, its utility funds, property tax funds, and look at things holistically. And I think there's some real opportunities there. And just like to share some thinking at another time with council that I think might address some of these things. I'm keeping it very high level because I don't want to go down the road.
Ms. McCabe, comment.
Yes, sorry, through your worship. I just wanted to add some comments about whether we use RMI funds or EOF or restart funds. If we use the restart funds for some of these projects rather than RMI funds, that then frees up the RMI funds to use for some of the cost overruns on some of the other projects that have been spoken to earlier. The other option is, of course, to use either capital reserves for those or taxation. So it is a bit of a one or the other, but they're both really the same. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so it's not as if you would like not include another RMI initiative, it's just because there's all these overruns, you just use the money there. Yeah, that's legit.
Okay, any further comments on the motion on the table? Councillor Plum.
Does this mean that we're not gonna have a tax increase next year? Nope. We have all this money? Are you sure?
Yep.
How do you know? We haven't had budget discussions yet.
Ms. McCabe laughing, she's already figured out a tax increase. Anyway, any comments on
that? If Councillor Palmer wants to go, I gotta read my chicken scratch, so I don't know my next question yet.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. So the questions from Councillor Ryan and the comments from our CAO, it really epitomizes where I see one of the fundamental problems, and it's with the Recovery Task Force does not have council representation. We talked about that before. I think it's seriously a serious omission in our overall responsibility. I don't believe there was a formal process where council identified the staff members, and it's been a bit of a revolving door there as well. And so what it does, it lacks that strategic oversight that our CAO was referring to. And so I do look forward to that discussion and keeping it at that high level, but that's part of it, is what is council's role, because we're just rubber stamping a bunch of stuff here without real any ability or input as to where the priorities are. I do have one question for the Director of Finance. So the 385 that's being requested to approve additional 385, of that $385,000, has any of it already been spent? And if so, if yes, how much approximately?
Ms. McCabe.
Through your worship, some of it has been spent. That isn't conditional, though, on what council decides to use the funds for. That's why there's a section in the report that identifies the alternative sources of funding if council chooses not to use the restart funds. And so, yes, we've been spending money throughout the year on the IT things, and we've been spending money on consumables, and obviously people have been away from work. All these other things have been ongoing. And so we've probably, I don't actually have an amount of the 385 alone that we've spent, but yes, we have spent quite a bit of it already. And so it's just a matter of whether council supports that or would prefer that we use O&M, put it through O&M or some of these other sources that have been identified.
So based on 3/4 of the years gone by, so it'd be give or take 20%, well, 3/4 of it's already spent?
Just go on to the next question and I'll figure that one out for you.
So then the other, like, it's fine, it doesn't really matter what the dollar figure is, there's a substantial amount that's been spent and that we have no choice. If we did it through the alternate funding, is that stuff budgeted for? So just assume that council rejected the RMI or the restart funds and we said, okay, we're going to go with the alternate funding. Was all that alternate funding within the budget?
For your worship, it would have been in the operating budgets, but not specifically. We don't budget for consumables. The one-time cost for the PPE, that was for the fire station, and that was not budgeted for. However, it was required to keep the person that sits at the front safe. So yes, and then a number of these things, like the recovery task force and a few of the other things, some of that money has been budgeted for through other sources of funding. It's just that this is a better source of funding at this point so that we're not impacting the bottom line.
Any other questions, councillors? Have another question, Councillor Ryan?
Yeah, so if the 334 was already committed in April and that left the 1.77, and then we're now committing the 385, assuming this gets approved, then that leaves us with just under 1.4, is that right?
Through your worship, there's also the additional funds that have already, uses of the funds that have been committed, which is the ones in the top table, and that's another 295. So it would leave just over $1 million, 1.1 million at the end of 2021. And then there is some significant expenditures proposed next year to do with live streaming for council chambers and to support the requirements to have a separate room for meetings that are held electronically so that the public can attend. That is built. That is the most significant part of the 2022 expenses, as well as the coverage for a flex firefighter for the year, which would be requested as well. Those expenses are not approved at this time, but they are projected for next year.
So that's where the 680 is and the 630, I see, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any further questions regarding this motion?
And we're not talking about 2022 right now. If we approve this, this is strictly 2021.
That's correct.
So I would say if we do approve it, the remaining portion, we have this conversation with Mr. Thackeray suggested. We need to sit down and evaluate how we're spending that money, because I think a return has to be part of the discussion. Spending on expenses and just virtual committee council meeting, those are $350,000 and we're budgeting. And I say, my gosh, that we're supposed to be going economic recovery. This doesn't sound like economic recovery to me. This just is taking care of our expenditures as operations. And I'm saying, this seems so wrong.
Zachary.
I guess I'm not privy to every detail of what's going on, but I would certainly say the kinds of costs that the city is incurring just as a result of COVID is going to be several $100,000, and that's just what I've seen, and whatever any recovery that whether it's been I've been through some pretty significant things in my career, and I've come a couple of occasions. It always seems to cost more than you expect. That stated, I think I hear council wants to get yield out of expenditures and revenues from wherever it comes from. And I think we need to dive into that. But I just like to take some time to do that. And I don't want to get stuck on stuff, because I think there's some bigger conversations to set everybody up for success.
I think there's comparables. You pick a project, this is one option. What are our better options? Could we lay it out? And I can keep thinking of a dozen. And I say, hey, let's evaluate.
understand.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I feel like it would be a different conversation if we were one of those communities which was really, as a municipality, not people that live here, but like as a municipality, we've been seriously really hard hit. And I'm not saying we weren't, but we weren't. I mean, as far as I've seen so far, like in all the financials, like we did pretty well because we shut down a lot of our facilities early, we cut back on the hours and all that stuff. And so I think it would be a different conversation, but I agree with you now that we have a pretty good fiscal position. I don't know why we wouldn't try and use the money for something more productive.
Well, there's going to be some expenses that come up, and anyway, I think that's conversation for another day. It is getting long, and any further questions on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Note that Councillor Elliott is opposed, the rest of council is in favor. Moving on to item 11J. Someone want to put that on the table for me? Councillor Brooks Hill.
That the Safe Restart Community Grants Policy F18 be approved.
Second for the motion, Councillor Charlotte. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Palmer and then Councillor Ryan.
So I could have had this a little bit of dialogue on the previous, but I'm just wondering, it seems to me that this is a finance committee stuff that would be vetted through at a level. I haven't had the opportunity to adequately go through the policy and consider the implications. And like you say, Mayor Sulz, here we are 4 hours later from the start of the meeting, and we have a policy thing. So, but correct me if I'm wrong. Have we had this dialogue about the implications? Because I'm not at a point right now to adopt a policy without considering the implications.
Ms. McCabe, any comments? I don't believe that we've had this, but I want to go to you in case I forgot something.
Sorry, it's really hard to hear the questions. Sorry, if you could repeat it.
So this policy F18,
yes,
has this been vetted through the Finance Committee? Have we discussed this at any, and that's what Councillor Palmer is asking because it's getting late. Understanding it hasn't been discussed before. So do you want to comment on that sort of thing?
Yes, Your Worship. I think to count through, my goodness, it is getting late. To Your Worship, to Councillor Palmer, this is being brought forward to the council table rather than the Finance Committee at this point, partly because of timing. The Finance Committee doesn't meet again till late November. And so it was staff's understanding that council wanted to have a way of providing funds to the community to help those community groups that are being impacted by COVID. And so we did some research onto what other communities have done and came up with a policy based on what some other communities have done and presenting it to council with a recommendation for there's already been two $10,000 grants provided by council to community groups. And so this would be providing an additional $80,000 on top of that would come out of the restart funds to help support other community groups that would like to come forward and ask for some funding.
So based on that, we put a tabling motion that this matter is tabled subject to review and discussion at the finance committee.
Okay. Second, Mr. Clark.
Just may I ask for clarity, which finance meeting?
Oh, there's only one finance committee. There's
next one.
The next one. I mean, so the finance director said, well, there's not another one scheduled. I mean, we could certainly schedule one sooner.
Mr. Clark, may I recommend that then the council refers it to the November 16th committee?
I'm good with that. Committee of the whole. I can concede to that. To me, it belongs in the finance committee, but
I'm just looking for that there's already an established meeting.
Yeah, well, there's a November, so there's a finance committee meeting. When's the next finance committee scheduled? Well, so through the finance director, when's the next finance committee scheduled?
It is the third Wednesday in November. I believe it's November 25th, but I would need to check a calendar.
24th.
Yeah. Okay, so let's keep it for the next, the November 24th committee meeting.
Okay, so second for that motion. Councillor Elliott. Any further discussion on tabling that motion to Finance Committee?
Well, I guess there could be a motion.
Okay.
Because it hasn't been seconded?
Yeah.
It's been seconded. Second, Councillor Elliott, who seconded that motion?
Yeah, defer to the November 24th.
Yeah.
So what's the point of that? You just want to be able to talk about this more comprehensively? Is that the idea?
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think we're adequately prepared. I'm not adequately prepared to endorse this at this point.
Okay.
Councillor Schiller.
But yeah, it's non-debatable.
What do you mean?
I think, well, that's the point of order that the CAO, I think you're saying it's a non-debatable motion.
The question has to be called immediately.
Okay, so all in favor?
Table it?
Tabling. All in favor of tabling this motion till November 24th? Finance
So we
Committee.
don't get to talk about it?
It's been the motion. If the motion comes at the table to a meeting, it's a non-debatable motion. And so the motion has to be put and the question gets called.
Okay. So I will ask the question to confirm. I had 3 hands up. And so Councillor Ryan, Councillor Brooks Hill have not put a hand up, so opposed. So note that Councillor Brooks Hill and Councillor Ryan are opposed, and I'm agreeing to table this to Finance Committee. So it's in favor, it's going to Finance Committee. All right.
Can I just make one quick note, just so that it can be addressed for that meeting? In the report, there's a mention in 2021 that 730,000 are being spent in 2021 if this were to be approved, but my understanding is that this is $100,000 with the 20 that's already been allocated. So that seems to be only 50,000 increase from the 680, and I think it should be, well, yeah, either I'm missing something or that's a mistake.
Okay, so we'll discuss that at the Finance Committee and deal with that. Okay, we're going to move on to Council Remuneration Task Force. Should Council approve the recommendation? So someone will put this motion on the table, please. Councillor Brooks Hill.
The report titled Council Remuneration Task Force and dated October 26, 2021 be received.
Okay, so we're 2 things before that. Item K, should Council approve? Should Council approve the recommendation from the September 16, 2021 Committee of the Whole? Number 1, that the report titled Council Remuneration Task Force and dated October 26, 2021 be received.
Yeah, that's what I said. The first part doesn't have to be read, I don't think.
Okay.
No, the council's already done the first part. This was on a supposition that should you do this, then you may proceed with the first 2 things. And you have done that.
Okay, so do we need to go through all those in favor? Okay, so motion number 2, Council Remuneration Task Force Terms of Reference dated October 26, 2021 be approved. Okay. Seconded by Councilor Brooks Hill. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? Motion's carried. Moving on to communications, Fire Department third quarter report for 2021. We have Chief DeRossi here. Chief, you want to discuss this, go through this, or just have council ask you questions?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm available to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay. Councilors, any questions? You've gone through the report. Any concerns? So, Chief DeRossi, just in dealing with your firefighters' health and safety and with COVID and then being out in the community, how has that been working for your colleagues as they go out and answer the call, but also dealing with the public?
Your Worship, it's been a little bit complex, but we've been successful in maintaining a very healthy department. As you know, some of the firefighters did experienced COVID contacts and some infections. So that was well managed as well. We haven't had any issues with the COVID itself responding to calls. So both in medical situations as well as the fire incidents or vehicle accidents. Everybody has been quite diligent in their use of PPE, particularly for those medical calls. And we typically get information from BC Ambulance if there is a COVID concern on a response. So we're able to well prepare for those. The mental health and stress has been it's been high. I won't gloss over that. It has been a very big challenge for us, particularly considering most of the firefighters are very dedicated to their position in the community, and they know that they're very much needed. We don't have more firefighters that we can call upon in if we were to get a COVID infection into the fire hall, a widespread infection. So they've been very diligent for their PPE and that. So despite the stress, I think we're healthy and we've got a strong department. We've got some really good people to look after the community.
Appreciate that. Thank you for those comments. I always worry about what's going to happen, especially when they're out on calls, and I know because of the nature of my work, the stress is incredible, and you go into a call where you don't know what you're going to experience when you get there, and in other departments I've seen stress, but also seen infection. So glad to hear that your group is staying safe and you're able to work with things. I very much appreciate the work that you and your colleagues are doing. Much appreciated. So, Council, any other comments, questions? Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. Hopefully I didn't miss this statement already. So I'm just curious to the Chief. They're recruiting for volunteers. We've had a big campaign happening, and I think it's closed now. And how successful was that?
Through your worship, the recruitment campaign is being run from October 1st to 31st. So we've got another week and a bit. And I'm actually happy to report we have over 50 applications. That's 50. We're looking to fill approximately, we have 12 open spots right now. That's assuming we don't have any further resignations or people moving away from the city that take them away from the fire hall as well. So we're thinking we might do what the airlines do and overbook a little bit and possibly accept up to 16, believing that we may have several drop out in the first few months. And hopefully that would leave us with 12 new additions by the end of 2022.
Great. Good. Any further comments or questions for Chief DeRose? Thank you, Chief. I don't think we have anything further. I appreciate again all that you're doing, and glad to hear that you've got a list of recruits. That makes me very happy. It's good to see, and yes, congratulations on that. That speaks volumes for your department if you've got that number of people that actually want to join. So
for sure. And one thing I might add on that too is we actually have in that 50 applications, we have several people who are qualified firefighters from other communities that have moved here. So we're hopeful to get some experience very quickly.
That's very good. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate all you're doing. Welcome. Okay. The last item is the Revelstoke Museum and Archives letter. They've given us their opinion on Grizzly Plaza. Appreciate the fact that they went out of their way to give us their opinion, and that letter will join the others that we've received from the community. Any comments from council regarding that? Councillor Ryan.
I'm glad to hear you mention that it will be formally part of the consultation process, yeah, but just also to note that this group of people is like the most committed, passionate, knowledgeable, wise group of people in the community. So if ever there were a group to really listen to, it's this group. So I'm glad to see that they put their thoughts forward, and I hope that the city takes that into consideration.
Great. Any comments, Ms. Floyd? You just come back on And, okay.
Mayor Sulz, just further to Councillor Ryan, I'll make a motion to receive and refer this to that. I know it's just
Yeah, sure.
when progressing, and refer it to the consultation.
The consultation group, yeah, Grizzly Plaza Consultation Group. So somebody want to second that motion? Councillor Ryan, any further discussion on that?
So maybe you can enlighten me, there is a consultation group, or we're going to have an open house on this thing, or what?
So it's going to our staff. They're going to review all of the things and get back, put it on Talk Revelstoke as to what the responses are. And then they will let us know how, what the community has done. And we'll be able to discuss that with the community as to what they would like to see for our iconic Grizzly Plaza.
Yeah, I just think that, yeah, missed that part from council's point of view. We didn't have any dialogue or entry into the discussion until this point, so it's just kind of missed the point, missed process.
It actually wasn't missed, it was intentional. Let's hear from the community, and then the community can give to council what they feel is best suited. Okay. All right. I'm going to ask us to go in camera pursuant to 90.1A of the community charter. Someone want to make that motion? Councillor Shalat, seconded by Councillor Brooks Hill. All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you, staff. We will now stop the live streaming and